Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Happy New Year. Happy 2021. This is the Gainesville City Commission regular meeting, January 7th, 2021. Excuse me. Let me fix this. Okay, sorry, I had to. No, it's me. Yeah, I'm figuring it out here. I just pushed some buttons that did things I didn't want them to. All right, I'm all good. Okay. Again, this is the regular City Commission meeting, January 7th, 2021, our first meeting of the year. It's good to be back, and we're going to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, our first order of business.
Our first item is the adoption of the consent agenda.
Okay, and there are no modifications to the consent agenda. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to discuss item number 200577.
Okay, that's CA what?
200577.
Right, CA what?
Oh, I'm
Nine,
sorry,
CA
CA9.
9.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so pull CA9 and put it on the regular agenda. Okay, and so that'll go at the end of the afternoon discussion items. You want to make a motion to that?
Yes, I move to accept the consent agenda. With
Okay.
modifications, with moving CA9 to the regular agenda.
Okay, motion to adopt the consent agenda with one modification to move item CA9 to the regular agenda, and that was seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
We do, Mayor, have Nathan Scott to speak to the adoption of the consent agenda. Nathan?
Yes, thank you, Larry. Happy to hear, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So with respect to the motion support removing CA9, I believe it was, I'd also ask the Commission to consider removing CA7 for GRU budget calendar. The dates for that are much delayed from the last budget process where GRU was claiming that it started earlier. I believe the number of dates with 4 meetings is insufficient to address the challenges that GRU is facing. A lot of these consent agenda items also I wish the Commission would spend some time talking about because they're critical to the core governance of the city. They're not, talking about healthy urban forests and using taxpayer money to create a taxpayer-funded grocery store. Those, tangential items have really nothing to do with core management of city government, which I think is being neglected and overlooked. So I'd ask the Commission to consider that in terms of, taking a fine pencil to the budget. GRU has been forced to cut its budget repeatedly over numerous years, while the city government has not cut a penny of its spending. Again, I think that we need to make some hard business decisions for the benefit of our community that don't include raising our property taxes and don't include increasing GRU rates. In fact, they should be lowered, but that's going to take a commitment on behalf of the City Commission to lower the general fund transfer, which myself, others, the general manager have advocated for many years. So I'd ask you guys to get serious about core governance of basic city functions and stop spending all this extracurricular time on things that really have nothing to do, with core management function. Thank you.
Mayor, we did have a caller that joined us while Mr. Scott was speaking, and so we'd like to, if you don't mind, call her now and see if they wanted to speak to this adoption of the consent agenda. Do you have that caller?
Can you get it off? What was the trick?
I had to pull the weather stripping type stuff out from the
Okay.
just on the top, I think.
Sorry about that, Mayor. It appears that other caller dropped.
Okay, so Larry, is that everybody?
Yes, sir, as far as we know.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Appreciate that. Back to the commission. The motion is to adopt the consent agenda with one modification, pulling item CA9, General Government Financial Reporting Process Memo, from the consent and putting it on regular agenda, which hopefully we will get to this afternoon. And so with that, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. And by the way, Commissioner Johnson will not be with us today. Your eyes are not deceiving you. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item of business.
Our next item is the adoption of the regular agenda with the one modification, adding CA9 from the consent agenda.
Okay, and then there was also a request from the Attorney's Office that we continue item SR2 to our next, to our February 4th meeting. They will re-advertise that. There was just one missed correction based on our last meeting. And so the suggestion is to approve the regular agenda with two modifications. One, continuing item SR2 to our first meeting in February. I think that's February 4th, and then adding CA9 to our business discussion items as well. Commissioner Jesus.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt the regular agenda with two modifications, that we add a CA9 to the end of the regular business discussion and in the afternoon, and that we also continue SR2 to February 4th.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Jesus, seconded by Ward, to adopt the regular agenda with those two modifications. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
Mayor, I believe Mr. Scott wanted to speak to this motion as well, and see if he's able to speak, but I'm not sure if he's still on the line. He doesn't appear to be, so we'll move on for now. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. With respect to the adoption of the regular agenda, I do support moving that item. CA9, it's disappointing that the Commission has no interest in discussing critical dates for GRU budget. So I'm disappointed that that did not get moved over. It just shows the unwillingness of the City Commission to focus its attention on high-value items as opposed to spending endless hours that you're going to spend on healthy urban forests, which I'm not sure what in anything has to do with core governance of the city of Gainesville. It's just you guys spending time not minding the farm and on every other thing that really doesn't matter, which I'll get to in my general public comment following this item. With respect to the adoption of the regular agenda also, I'm disappointed that despite a recommendation from the advisory board to remove the name of convicted felon Corrine Brown from the RTS facility, that item has not been brought to the commission for discussion. I think that the taxpayers of Gainesville deserve a straight up or down vote. I think the commission should put itself on record, whether it's going to adopt the recommendation of the advisory board or whether it's just going to continue to hide its head in the sand and not address the issue that I think that the taxpayers are entitled to. So, Mayor, I'd hope that would be added to the regular agenda today, and we could have an intelligent discussion, an up or down vote on that. I'm sure that won't happen because, again, you guys don't listen to your constituents. But, again, your advisory board told you something, and it hasn't found its way onto the agenda, which is perplexing amongst other things that I'll get to in my general public comment. Thank you.
And Mayor, that's the only speaker on the adoption of the general.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Back to the commission. We have a motion to adopt the regular agenda with two modifications. One, continuing item SR2 to the February 4th meeting and adding consent agenda item 9 to the regular agenda. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, our next item.
Our next item is general public comment, and we don't have any recorded comments on our line.
Okay, so Larry, I'll turn it over to you for other general public comment.
Yes, sir. Nathan had general public comment.
I'm just going to talk to her about the evacuation plan.
Yes, thank you, Larry. Commissioners, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, we can
Hello?
hear. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So with respect to general public comment, I think it's very disappointing, and this may come as a surprise to the Gainesville City Commission and the mayor, who don't address core items, but there was a forced outage of the biomass plant that the taxpayers and GRU customers are paying $1.25 billion in debt service on. There's no discussion of that forced outage before the commission yet. I'd like to know from the general manager when that plant came back online and the total cost of the outage. And that outage resulted from high bearing temperatures, and basically GRU failed to address the matter and wiped the bearings on the generator on the biomass plant. And I've got a lot of experience. It's what I did when I built nuclear submarines, built airplanes for Boeing, on bearings and lubrication. And frankly, that should never happen. You have high temperature, you stop and you look. And in this case, apparently the lubrication lines or something was leaking, and they wiped one bearing completely, and the other bearing also was damaged allegedly, which caused a forced outage for many days. And I'd like to know, again, there's a cost associated with that for replacement power. There's a cost associated with the negligence of GRU and having to replace the bearings. And but the city commission doesn't even seem to be concerned. There's been no discussion about that. Frankly, I don't even know if the plant's back on service because GRU really doesn't communicate anything. But that's an instance here where we're being forced to pay for a mistake of the mayor and the city commission. The plant is an outage or was an outage, and there were a lot of costs associated with that while that plant was offline. So again, I think that the city commission needs to focus on issues related to the management of the utility. Again, would have a lengthy discussion about healthy urban forests. I don't think healthy urban forests is as important as understanding why we had a forced outage of a plant and overall the commission's management and oversight of the utility, which it is equally negligent and neglectful of. So again, I'd ask the commission to answer those questions, whether the plant is back online, and have the general manager answer the total cost of the outage, including the replacement of bearings and purchase power that GRU customers are going to have to incur as a result of GRU's failure to avoid bearing damage. And frankly, that should never really happen, only in rare situations. I mean, that's why you have alarms, that's why you have temperature monitoring, that's why you have performance diagnostics. It doesn't happen with FPL, and it doesn't happen on nuclear submarines, and it certainly doesn't happen on aircraft engines. Anyway, so that's that point. Second point, general public comment. Again, RTS facility. The taxpayers of Gainesville entitled to up or down vote based upon the recommendation of the advisory board to the commission to remove the name from convicted felon Corrine Brown from the RTS facility. Thank you.
And that's all our general public, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Larry. I will comment on the Corrine Brown facility. I said from the beginning, and I maintain this position, and I think several members that were on the commission when this was discussed have also said so. Any other commissioners welcome to give their perspective if they so choose. But I said that I would allow the legal process to reach its end. Her case is still under appeal. People have a right to due process in this country. And I think it would be premature for us to pass judgment before the courts have finished passing judgment. And so that's where I continue to stand. And if whatever point her legal rights are exhausted and there's a final determination, then that's an appropriate time to take up that discussion. Mr. Bolarski, do you have any comment on any of the issues that Mr. Scott brought up with the issue of the outage?
Yes, Mayor, and Commission. Yeah, we have unforced outages from time to time throughout our generating fleet. That is absolutely not true. That doesn't occur at an organization like FPNL or Duke or some of the other IOUs. We aren't perfect, nor can all failures be addressed. Whether they're in lubrication lines or in the bearings themselves. The problem has been resolved. DHR is back online, and during the period of time, we bought power off the market, and probably over the due course may have actually saved some money. I don't have the full accounting, but I'll get it back to the commission. I also would say that it's not true that GRU does not submit information to the public, UAB, or the City Commission. We have a fairly lengthy state of the utility that's delivered to the UAB, and it's also copied to the City Commission. It's quite unique in that it offers data throughout every system, as well as customer service, that literally was never published 5 years ago. So it's available on a month-by-month basis to the general public. It gives you details of safety incidents, outages, major projects we're working on, our reliability, any SSOs, everything that's interesting for the general public to know about the utility or the commission or the UAB. It's entirely transparent. So I would have to say that it was entirely a mischaracterization by the previous caller.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Ms. Pilarski. All right, thank you for that. Madam Clerk, our next item of business, please.
Our next item is business discussion item 1, Old Fire Station 1 rental and adaptive reuse invitation to negotiate, with the recommendation that the commission hear an update on the ITN and provide direction to the city manager and or designee on next steps.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Feldman, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I'll try to be brief on this item. As you're aware, we have gone out for an invitation to negotiate and received 2 responses for Old Fire Station 1. One response was declared non-responsive because they were looking to purchase the property, and our direction that we'd received was only to have a lease. So with one entity at this point, which is the University of Florida, in partnership with several other entities, before we started the negotiation process, I wanted to make sure that the commission was comfortable with the nature of the project, which is basically to convert the old fire station into a cultural center that would work with local groups in the areas of arts and culture, and try to continue the renaissance that we have seen in the South Main Street corridor. So I'm here to just seek some guidance from the commission as to whether this project, as you have seen in the attachments, is something you would like or not, or to give me any other direction as it pertains to moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Feldman. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and this is really something I was looking forward to having a discussion about at our last meeting, because having had the opportunity to review both submittals, and I did take the time to review both submittals. I think it was the commission's desire to have a lease, but I think, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but we were pretty open to whatever we could receive in terms of using this space. But upon reviewing both of the submittals, I found that the University of Florida's proposal is a lot more in line with what I was imagining for this space. I think that it's very thorough. I think that they've taken the time to really build out support in the community. They're going to be very engaged. I think that the most important part of their proposal is the fact that this is going to be community oriented and simply not just another space for only university employees and only students, which I think, as great as that is for our community, I think there's always a higher and better use for spaces like this, particularly on South Main Street. So I would like to voice my support for us authorizing management to begin drafting those executing documents so that we can allow them to begin their work, because the sooner this gets rolling, the quicker we're going to see benefits for our community. So I want to thank Dr. Charlie Lane, I understand he was a part of organizing some of this. There's so many people. I mean, it was a massive proposal. There were so many people that deserve credit for getting this on, getting this off the ground. And I'm really impressed. I'm very impressed, and I'm very anxious to see this get started quickly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Many of the same points that Commissioner Ariel brought forward. I think the other applicant has a very interesting proposal, and I hope they can find somewhere that they can do it. But I do think UF's proposal is one that we should move forward with negotiating. Bring another major institution to the downtown area, and also UF moving further east, I think is another good thing as well. It's a difficult area where that's at right now, so I think having a partner like the University of Florida, which will put in substantial resources to make sure that it's successful, is important. And definitely coming out of Dr. Charlie Lane's office as well, I think they will put forward a high quality product, and I think they will. I think it's another good step for the UF getting closer to our community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur. I'm kind of excited about this proposal, actually. It's exactly the sort of thing that we've been saying, that the community has been saying we want from the University of Florida, from our largest major employer by far, and one of the keystones of our community. I want to read just a couple sentences from the executive summary, just so people following at home who don't have this in front of them can hear it. The idea set forth in this proposal is for UF to act as lead agency to develop and operate the site as a space for people, arts, research, and creative collaboration and community. That is Spark 352. The goal of Spark 352 is to establish a knowledge and empowerment hub that promotes arts, cultural engagement, entrepreneurial ingenuity, and community capacity building, while also striving to enhance health, well-being, economic agency, and social connectedness in our community. And then it goes on for many, many pages explaining how that might work and what it physically looks like and what the ideas for it are. And I think it's a fine proposal. I look forward to seeing it come into being.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this proposal is wonderful, and I'm going to read a couple of sentences in the proposal that I think is very critical for the public to hear. Bringing these programs to Spark 352 will provide resources for community residents who may have a need but do not currently have access to the therapeutic, educational, and expressive benefits of engaging in arts for health activities. This is particularly valuable for the residents of Porter's community, who are often more vulnerable to stress and health challenges due to social and economic inequities, unevenly distributed resources, and inadequate support structures. These type of programs is much needed in our communities, and I want to thank the University of Florida and its staff and its team that really put some thought into this and looking at this location and seeing what would be the most positive and best fit for the community that's surrounding it. And like my colleague stated, this is something that the community can use. The community can take advantage of the opportunities here, and not just the Porter's residents, but Spring Hill, Sugar Hill, and all the other historic African-American communities within this area. This is a great addition to the community. This is a great asset to the residents that live around this area. And so I think this is a wonderful idea, and I also agree that this is the first step as we have our major partners continue to move east. So I think this is great, and it's really going to benefit the community in such a great way. So I'm all for it.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, couldn't agree more with my colleagues. it's not just about what this project is, which, a really great example of adaptive redevelopment of a, old historic structure right in the heart of our downtown, halfway between Depot and the core of downtown. But who's involved? That's what makes this an exceptional project, especially the Center for, I always get their name wrong, Arts and Healing and Medicine. They know who I'm talking about. But they're amazing, and they've proven over and over and over how much value they can add to individuals, incorporating arts into the healing process, to the point where now not just our doctors here in Gainesville, but doctors around the country and world are prescribing treatments that they develop through arts and music instead of prescription drugs to better effectiveness. And so they know what they're doing. They have been speaking to me, and I'm sure many, many others, for quite some time about wanting to get out of Shands, not completely, but get out into the community and have a physical presence in other parts of our community so they can reach more people, and especially people, in a more preventative manner rather than once they come and already have a diagnosis. I've talked with them about how we might be able to incorporate their model into violence reduction and prevention, not just health recovery. And so it's the right spot with the right partners and programs that is going to make this just an incredibly vibrant hub of activity. Well, I tell you, people living in Porter's are going to be, there's just going to be a path worn in the street across, back and forth. We're probably going to have to put in a crosswalk and a light. But it's so accessible to so many other communities that live within a mile or two of that as well. So I'm thrilled. The university and their team obviously put a lot of thought into figuring out what was needed and what fits with this location. And I am just really optimistic about what value this will bring to our entire city, but especially this area. So with that, I'll go back to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move that we authorize the city manager to negotiate with the #1 ranked applicant, University of Florida.
Okay, Commissioner Santos moved, and I think there were 4 seconds. So I'll go with Commissioner Ariola. And I would say that the other proposal, it really is exciting and interesting. It seems like a great fit for the Power District, and I think that's something that our staff and CRA staff and Collier's Properties can work with that individual on. That individual, by the way, is who is behind 4th Avenue Food Park, so they obviously have a finger on the pulse of Gainesville and what people want. And so, and he continues to be excited. I mean, I think he knew that he had an excellent second place proposal, but really continues to want to be involved and try to bring that particular idea and others to fruition. So we'll continue to work with him. Commissioner Ariola.
Mr. Mayor, but I just want to second your comments. I really think that second proposal was fantastic, and they're gonna
absolutely
keep that dream alive.
Yeah, we'll work with him to keep that going. I know he's motivated, so I'm confident about that. Okay, so with that, we have a motion on the floor to authorize city manager to move forward with the project. #1 ranked respondent. And we'll turn it over to members of the public. First, we'll start with anybody in the chamber that wishes to speak to the motion. You're good? Okay. Then Larry, I'll turn it over to you. Any members of the public at large?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, Nathan Scott on this item. Nathan?
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathan Scott, hopefully you can hear me. Thank you, Larry. Second item, I look forward to the U.S. partnership. I guess the Commission seems to be relatively enamored in the possibilities of this. That's great. I hope that it's successful for the community. Equally, it's a small token of what U.S. could do to help, carry its weight within our community. But maybe this is a small step towards bigger things. I am disappointed that there is no, regarding this item, there's other items that did not find their way onto the agenda, specifically the demand letter that GRU sent to the County Commission. That is critical to public safety. It's not being
Mr.
discussed
Scott,
today.
we've already talked
That's
about agenda
disappointing,
adoption.
that dispute.
That is not relevant to this item.
I understand it, but I'm also speaking to the motion comparatively of where the commission spends its time versus public safety. As you're aware, Mr. Mayor, we've had numerous shootings, violent crime in the city. You know, you've got
Again,
here
Mr.
you
Scott,
threatening
that's
to shut
not
off,
relevant to this item or this
911
motion.
communications. It's relevant in comparison. I'm making a comparison, Mayor Poe. Please give me some latitude and quit interrupting me.
That's excellent for general public comment,
commission,
but you have to stick, according to our rules, to
Oh,
this
okay.
particular item.
Keep making excuses. I hope one of the commissioners will bring up the demand letter that JRU sent to the county commission. I think that's paramount and takes priority over all this other nonsense that you guys are talking about. Thank you.
Hey, Larry, anybody else?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move back to the commission for a vote. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Representatives from UF, thank you. We hope that we can move forward with this with all deliberate speed. Mr. Manager, if you can, I think, maybe bring an update back to the commission after a successful negotiation as far as timeline, next steps, and sort of maybe what decision points might be ahead of us as we move forward.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is BD2, City of Gainesville's Urban Forest Management Plan, with the recommendation that the commission adopt the Urban Forest Management Plan as the strategic plan for the management of the City of Gainesville's urban forest.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Feldman. I'm imagining you're just going to pass this off to Ms. Couluri, but welcome back.
I am. She's done a great job on this, and I think you all will be excited to see the presentation.
Ms. Couluri, welcome. And I don't know if you're speaking, but we can't hear you if you are.
I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. Good afternoon. This is Liliana Kalori, Environmental Coordinator in the Department of Sustainable Development. I also have with me today Dr. Michael Andrew from the University of Florida's Forestry School to help address any questions. And the purpose of this presentation today is to bring to you the final draft of the city's urban forest management plan. As a reminder, the Commission directed the development of this plan following the completion of Gainesville's urban forest ecological analysis in 2016. And the Commission last heard an update on the plan's progress in June 2019, at which time we had completed the initial work of the Public Committee and Social Survey, and we're set to begin development of the technical components of the plan. I'm really proud of the plan that we brought in front of you today, and it reflects 2 years of work through a collaborative process involving all departments of the city, the University of Florida, and the general public of Gainesville. And my goal here today is really to provide some clarity on understanding that the plan's process and structure and next steps, and I'm happy to address any questions you have throughout the presentation. All right, so first I want to give a quick recap on the process for the plan's development and its structure that was outlined in the contract. So the first 2 tiers of the plan you see at the top, the vision and goals, were developed based on the public's values regarding the urban forest, and they pretty much form the basis of everything that's in the plan. So to learn these values, the first step we took to understand how Gainesville's residents felt about their urban forest was to do a public survey, which received responses from a total of 739 residents. The results of the survey informed the work of the Public Committee on Urban Forest Sustainability, which was a group of 11 members of the public representing different stakeholder groups, who then developed a consensus vision statement and a series of goals for the plan. The vision and goals, along with the guiding principles, which are basically a series of statements that define the type of work a government is able to do, they form the framework of the plan, and all subsequent portions of the plan developed had to be consistent with these 3 items with no conflicts. So that was where we were when we last presented to you in 2019. And so after that, we formed the Internal Technical Advisory Committee, or ITAC, which included department directors or staff appointed by directors, and they worked on putting together the technical components of the plan. These include the essential elements, which are the subject areas the plan covers, and key objectives for each element, which are basically what the end goal or optimal state is for each element. So for example, if an essential element is canopy cover, the objective could be that there's no net loss of canopy cover since it was assessed in the ecological analysis. Then the next step was to develop a set of performance indicators for each objective, which are basically measurable steps that can be used to assess progress toward reaching the objective. And if you look at the plan, there are 4 performance indicators for each one that are ranked low, moderate, good, and optimal. The ITAC then assessed which indicator level we were at for each objective and developed a set of alternatives for action for each objective that were basically action items designed to bring us to the next highest performance indicator within the next 5 years. And then these alternatives for action were then ranked by ITAC members to give us a preferred set to prioritize for the next 5 years. And I promise I'll show you an example later that'll make much more sense when you can see it visually. But again, everything that was developed by the ITAC had to be consistent with the vision and goals developed by the public committee. And throughout their work, there were a few points where we took the items that they developed back to the public committee for comment and to ensure that there was no conflict, which results in a plan that's integrated and consistent throughout. The last thing I want to mention about the plan's process is that this is designed to be a long-term strategic plan that will undergo continuous monitoring, evaluation, and updating. The plan itself is designed to work over a 20-year horizon with updates every 5 years where the ITAC will reconvene and reassess what performance indicator we're at for each objective and reach consensus on a new set of preferred alternatives for action. And a new urban forest analysis and social survey will also be completed every 5 years. In the shorter term, the 5-year plans will inform annual work planning, and the project team will continue to meet with the ITAC on a semi-annual basis to assess progress. The ITAC will also report their findings to the Tree Advisory Board, and once a year, these 2 committees will hold a joint session to discuss accomplishments and recommendations, and they will also jointly publish an annual report to be distributed to the commission, department directors, and community. So this slide here basically highlights the work of the public committee, which was to develop the vision statement that Gainesville's urban forest is diverse, healthy, and benefits the community, and the 7 goals listed below that support the vision statement, which are that the urban forest should predominantly reflect the diversity of the surrounding native forest. The urban forest should be healthy, resistant to insect infestation and diseases, and resilient to damage and disturbance. The urban forest should include woodland, parks, old trees that reflect the historic character of the region, tree-lined roadways, individual trees, and understory vegetation. The urban forest should support a mutually enhancing relationship between the natural and built environments. Citizens and their government should be educated about the urban forest and its benefits. The urban forest should bring beauty, interest, and a calming atmosphere to the urban environment. And last but not least, the urban forest should support Gainesville community's values and unique character. And again, I want to stress that everything that's included in the details and the technical parts of the plan had to be consistent with this set of vision and goals. And the public committee came to a consensus on this set of vision and goals through a series of facilitated workshops and included 11 members representing a variety of stakeholder interests, which included tree advisory board members, arboriculture and landscape professionals, a local developer, a planner from UF, a Duval neighborhood resident, a civil engineer, a new homeowner, and a member of the League of Women Voters. All right, so on this slide, I want to show you all an example of the ITAC's work and how to read the technical component of the plan, so hopefully it'll help make a bit more sense. This part of the plan breaks down the different elements and objectives by land use type. So there's going to be a category for citywide, nature parks, woodlands and natural areas, commercial, institutional, and industrial, transportation, and developed parks and open spaces. So in this example, first at the top left, you'll see the specific element being addressed. So in this case, it's going to be human health. Above an element or a series of elements, you will see which of the 7 goals that element specifically relates to. So in this case, it's goal 4, that the urban forest supports a mutually enhancing relationship between the natural and built environments. And below the listed element, you can see the key objective, which for this one is that there's no net loss of human health benefits from the urban forest as defined by the EPA health benefits model used within the iTree analysis program. So basically, since the last time the ecological analysis was done. Below the objective is the list of performance indicators broken down into low, moderate, good, and optimal levels. In this case, the assessment of performance indicator levels involves an assessment of park and greenway acreage through the urban forest ecological analysis, and also an analysis of the drive time and walking time to the nearest park, trail, or greenway from any home. But right now, we haven't done that analysis of drive time or walking time yet, so we don't know if we meet some of these higher level performance indicators. But since we have done the ecological analysis in 2016 to establish that baseline level of parks, trails, and greenways, we can assume until that analysis is updated that we're at the low indicator here that states that there is no net loss in the acreage of existing parks, greenways, and trails with green infrastructure since 2016. So with the goal of increasing our performance indicator in the next 5 years to the moderate level, which would be that parks, greenways, and trails with green infrastructure exist within a 5-minute drive from any home, the ITAC developed a list of alternatives for action and came to consensus on 2 preferred actions for this element. These actions here at the bottom are to calculate the distance and travel time to parks. So basically to go ahead and do that driving and walking time analysis so we can actually see where we're at, and develop a citywide strategic plan for acquisition and development of parks, greenways, and trails to ensure equitable accessibility. And on the right of these objectives, we listed the departments that would likely take the lead in implementing each action, but that's not to say that other departments won't be involved, however. And in total, for all the objectives in the plan, a subset of 46 preferred alternatives for action were chosen to guide the first 5 years of the plan's implementation. And those are going to be the ones listed below all the objectives and performance indicators in the plan, and will obviously be given priority. But that's not to say that other actions can't be done as well. And we have the full list of all the actions suggested by the ITAC included at the end of the plan. And the staff recommendation is for the City Commission to adopt the Urban Forest Management Plan as the strategic plan for the management of the City of Gainesville's urban forest. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm happy to address any questions.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Collery, for the presentation, and we'll turn back to the commission. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for all the hard work you all have been doing for years on this. As far as kind of doing this again, or the checks, I mean, how often are is this plan to be updated? And I guess are the different goals are going to be done at different times? Is that how it's?
Yeah, so like the overall, well, so this, let me take a step back. So this whole plan will get a complete revamp every 20 years is the time frame. But in 5-year intervals, we go back for each of the essential elements and objectives and reassess like what performance indicator level they're at and come up with a new set of alternatives for action. On a smaller level with that, within each 5-year set, there's like a list of action items that we're focusing on in that period, and we have annual and semi-annual meetings with different groups to kind of decide what goes to whom or what we're going to do this year, and you know, make a report with recommendations to keep everybody on task and inform everybody of progress. So it's kind of like different steps at different times.
Great. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for this presentation. I remember when I had first entered the City Commission, we were still wrapping up some of the community engagement for the master plan. So to see it come before me is a testament to how long I think I've been here now, but also to the work and the attention to detail that has gone into forming this master plan. I am sort of blown away by the amount of detail that's actually within it. I think it's a very honest plan when you look at it. I think when you look at the goals and where we are with wanting to achieve some of our objectives, you know, for example, not having a formal assessment of invasive this is an example. But having all these goals and having sort of set parameters to reach each one, and then having a filter for how you decide to address each goal, I couldn't really ask for a better plan. So, Mr. Mayor, I would like to move that we adopt the City of Gainesville Urban Forest Master Plan 2020.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Ariel to adopt the master plan, management plan, and seconded by Commissioner Ward. And we will turn to Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Clary, I just wanted to thank you for shepherding this through, and I know that you've been trying to present it to us for a good long while now. So thank you for your patience in that process. The urban forest is something that is important to so many people here in Gainesville, and frankly, if somebody says, I love Gainesville, I can't really put my finger on what it is about Gainesville, but I really love it here. If you talk them through the process, what they will end up telling you is the trees. That more and more often, that's what people come back to. It feels, the urban forest is what makes Gainesville feel different. If you go to other cities in Florida, this just doesn't exist like this. And it doesn't happen by accident. It happens through vigilance, through tremendous community engagement, and through professional staff helping us to maintain it. So thank you for your efforts on this and everyone who was involved. And I look forward to passing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to hear from the University of Florida staff or committee member that I think they're on hold. And I guess my question is, I have several questions. First, how often do we address the urban management plan? How many years before we address it, we look at it and make adjustments? And I think the question that I want to know is, based on the previous plan that was in place, what has changed with this plan? And why did we change? What was the reason for some of the changes? You don't have to talk about all the changes, but I'm just curious to know, what was the previous plan? How long ago did we look at that plan and make modifications to it? And why did we do what we did? And I don't know if you were here when that happened.
So I was not here when that happened. To answer your first question about the time frame for making changes, that would be every 5 years when we come up with a new list of action items. But we do evaluate progress every single year. Your second question about the previous plan. So my understanding, this is the first of its kind of plan in Gainesville, so it's not intended to replace any previous plan. I wasn't here when this first came up, and I'm not so knowledgeable about a lot of the history behind it. If there was a different guiding document before, it was not. This is like, it's like apples to oranges. Like, this is completely different community-based approach to urban forestry. Another plan may have just been focused on certain arboriculture standards and whatnot, but this is intended to be like the first of its kind. And I don't know if Dr. Andrew can provide more clarification, or if he has anything else to add to the history.
Yeah, Dr. Andrew, thanks for being with us. Why don't you just introduce yourself, and then if you have anything to add, or you can help clarify any questions that Commissioner Simmons had, that'd be fantastic.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Andrew. I'm with the School of Forest Resources and Conservation at the University of Florida. Thank you all for being here to hear our plan proposal, or presentation rather. An attempt to answer your question, this plan is not intending to, there was no previous plan that this plan replaces. This is, as Liliana suggested, this is a standalone new thing. It was brought to us to develop by Linda Dimitropoulos at the Parks Department at that point in time, when the urban forest was under their domain. And And so the arborists at that time, and they had an opportunity to get some funding from the Florida Forest Service to support the development of a management plan. And so that's where this instigated from. Initially, when they first approached me with this proposal, I said, we really can't start developing a management plan for the city unless we have an understanding of what this urban forest looks like. And so that's when we backed up and first did, back in 2016, the urban forest assessment. And you all have that as well. And so that then became the foundation for understanding what we currently have in place for an urban forest. And then we began to say, okay, now it's time to develop a management plan. This planning process that we presented to you is one that we had developed down in Tampa for their city, and with great success. And so they fully adopted the plan. It's very different, of course, because each plan is unique to its own city. But the process that we utilized is the same, and they found it to be a very helpful and useful process, and they adopted that and instigated it into their entire management processes for the urban forest. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's sort of how it came to be and its intent.
Yeah, it put everything in context. So thank you for that. And you guys have done a great job, because I know this was a heavy undertaking, because this is the first time that this has been done. So yeah, thanks so much for this. It's needed. And I just wanted to know the whole context of why this was created and why we're doing this. So it makes sense. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. And with that, we'll turn it over to Larry for public comment.
Thanks very much, Mayor. We do have, I believe, just one speaker, and it's Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott?
Yes, thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So I'll make this brief. Again, I want to thank UF for its participation in addressing this matter. I do view this as something that is worthwhile, but not a top priority, and should not be the focus of the City Commission's attention. I think there are much more important challenges facing our city, facing our utility. I think it's interesting to watch Mr. Bilarski obfuscate and pivot away from answering directly the questions that I asked and try and undermine the correct comments that I stated. But nevertheless, is what it is. So I do urban forest, but again, I don't think that is the purview of core city governance, and I wish that the Commission would refocus its efforts accordingly to address the many challenges facing our city, including public safety, including threats to terminate emergency communications, addressing all the shootings and violent crime. We've had robberies downtown, shootings downtown. You guys don't seem to want to address that. You don't want to seem to talk about adding additional sworn GPD officers to patrol the city as a deterrent to this violent crime and shootings. You just want to tie the hands of our dedicated law enforcement officers and make their job more difficult to enforce the laws in the state of Florida. So again, I wish the Commission would properly address its attention on more critical issues facing the city and your neighbors. If I could use your silly buzzword that you use, but again, you guys are far afield to where you need to be in terms of addressing the core issues facing city government. And once you, it's like high school. If you do well academically, you have time for extracurriculars. Here, the Commission's flunking all of its courses and basically playing all the extracurriculars, and that's not going to get you very far. And sooner or later, you guys are going to realize the peril of your failure and negligence to properly manage the core government issues. I mean, we have crumbling roads, crumbling sidewalks, violent crime, shootings,
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
issues across the board, and they're not getting.
Caller, join us. Caller phone number ending in 1201. Is this in reference to urban forestry?
Yeah, hey Larry, it's Mary Lou.
Oh, hey Mary Lou, go ahead.
Oh, hi Mayor and Commissioner. I just want to commend Lily and Dr. Andrew and everybody that worked on this. I'm the former president of the Florida Urban Forestry Council. I was the Florida League of Cities appointee to that, and I know how valuable our urban forest is despite Mr. Scott not thinking this is an important issue, affects, our climate, soil erosion, economic development. It makes shops more attractive to go in. There's a monetary value to protecting the trees in the city of Gainesville, both in neighborhoods, in parks, and in the business areas. So I know how hard, Lily is my CVB liaison, and we had an urban forestry presentation by Dr. Andrew a couple years ago, and it was really quite fascinating to look at our urban canopy and where we've lost some and where we've gained some and where we need to replace some. So I think this is immensely important. The trees are, the only other place I've seen trees like us is Tallahassee. I hate to say it, but I think it's very important, and I support it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
And those are all the speakers, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, both. With that, we will turn back to the commission. There's a motion on the floor to adopt the management plan, urban forest management plan. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Kolari. Thank you, Mr. Andrew, or Dr. Andrew, for all your work on this, and everybody else that put so much time and effort. This is really going to help us maintain the quality of life in our city. With that, Madam Clerk, next item.
Our next item is BD3, groundwater recharge wetland property purchase, with the recommendation that the commission approve both purchase and sale agreements for the purchase of 2 properties located in the 3400 block of Southwest 122nd Street from Mitcham Rivers LLC in a combined amount not to exceed $1.5 million plus closing costs as negotiated by staff. Authorize the general manager or his designee to execute all documents necessary to complete the acquisition and real property in accordance with the purchase and sale agreement, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality, and provide guidance on potential funding and operations of public access.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. We've got an all-star crew with this. Yourself accepted, Mr. Bolarski. We've got Tony Cunningham. We have Ms. Seeley. We have Mr. Hutton with us, who I know put so much work into this particular project. I'm excited that it's before us. If there's one thing I think folks want more of, it's places like Sweetwater Wetlands Park. So getting another opportunity so soon to do that with all the environmental benefits and public health benefits is exciting. So Mr. Bolarski, I'll turn it over to you and let you introduce your team, and then we'll learn more about this great project.
Yeah, this is not much about me. This is really about Tony and his team. And I'm really glad we're doing this after the whole urban forest discussion, because this is GRU being an environmental steward, that we do in so many different ways. So I'll just turn it over to Tony the Tiger.
Mr. Cunningham, welcome. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Happy New Year, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Tony Cunningham. So I'm the wastewater officer here at GRU. And so we appreciate the opportunity to share this project with you. And today we do have a specific ask and recommendation as Omi read that we will get to at the end. But we do want to give you an overview of the whole project and really where we're headed with this. But I do want to give a little bit of intro. And the intro is wastewater treatment typically is not a super exciting a world that many people enter. And what wastewater treatment entails is everything that you flush down your toilet, but also down your shower and your sinks and your washing machines and all of that. We collect all of that. We treat it actually to drinking water standards, and then we turn around and we introduce it back into the environment in a beneficial manner. And so as part of that, there are times in our industry when you have to expand your treatment plants for future capacity and growth within your community. So in 2004, we did a pretty extensive expansion of the Kanapaha Water Reclamation Facility. And we expanded that capacity for future growth that we have had and future growth we're going to have in the future. But as part of that, the last stage of the treatment process is really the reuse or disposal of that treated wastewater, which we call reclaimed water. And when we expanded the plant, you don't have to expand. When you expand a plant, you expand a lot of capacity at one time, and then you grow into that capacity. From the reuse side, you can kind of build as you go. And so you do these expansions, but they're not as large as when we did the plant. And so what this project really is about is that next increment of reuse capacity or disposal capacity from the wastewater treatment process. And so when we get to that point of how do you do that, there are various options that we have that we do. And we, as a guidance to that, guidelines we use obviously economics and financial guidelines. We use the benefit to the environment. We use our future water supply and how we're going to impact the environment with our water supply in the future, as well as other parameters to make those choices. And so this project, the exciting thing about this project is it is the least cost option of us for reuse. It is in my opinion, the most environmentally beneficial thing we can do. We've engaged a lot of diverse stakeholders that all support the project, and it enhances the community. And if you happen to look at our mission statement at GRU, all those things are in our mission statement. So it's a project that hits almost every major aspect of our mission. And so we're excited about that. And we're excited to kind of bring that before you today. And so with that, Kristen, can you bring up the presentation? So I'm gonna do a slide, and then really I'm gonna turn it over to Kristen and Rick to do the lion's share of the discussion. So if you can go to slide 2, Kristen, that'd be great. So number one, to have a successful project like this, and Mr. Mayor, you referenced the Sweetwater Wetlands Park, similar to that one, it requires quite a team of experts to do that. And so once again, we've assembled a really good team of experts. Rick Hutton and Kristen Seeley are 2 professional engineers within GRU, and they'll again be presenting today on the project. We also have Tiffany Davis. She's a land rights coordinator at GRU. It's a very big part, land acquisition is a big part of a project like this, and actually the main topic of what we're asking for approval from the City Commission today. But we also have other folks that have come alongside that are experts in other areas. Jay Norquist is principal engineer at GSE Engineering. So really helping us with the geotechnical, the geology, what's under the ground, and is this a good place to do this type of project? Chris Keller, who obviously was a key player on the Sweetwater Wetlands project as well, in terms of how we design and construct these wetlands so that they do the job that we intended to do. And then Jerry Diedenbach has been a really good partner from CHW that has helped us through this process of planning the project, special exception permit that we needed to get achieved with Alachua County, which we were able to do late last year, and just help overall guiding through the planning process with the community and outreaching as well. And so that's our team that's gotten us to this point, and a team that will continue to move us forward throughout the project. And so Kristen, can you go to the next slide? So this slide is really a rendering of what this project could look like. You know, at this stage of a project where you don't have a detailed design, but you do have a good idea of where you're going and where you're heading. And so this is a rendering of that. And so I'm going to use this slide to transition to Rick Hutton, who will take us through much more detail of what's in the project. And then as we get to the end, I'm going to come back on when we get to the recommendations, because the recommendation really today is to seek approval from the City Commission to purchase the property. But then also we really, and I want you all thinking about this as you're listening to the presentation, one aspect of it is in constructing this wetland project, it'll have some basic public access associated with it. We need access just to get to the wetlands and do different things to operate it. So it will have some passive trails and different ways to walk through it. But if the desire long-term is to have a more enhanced public access, much like the Sweetwater Wetlands Park, we wanted to really get direction from the commission of how we achieve that. So that isn't required as part of the project from our standpoint, but it's something I think we have heard expressed from many folks and stakeholders that is something that our community would really desire. So we really wanted to get direction from the commission of how do we get there from a funding standpoint and from an operating standpoint going forward. So with that, I am going to, if there are any questions, I can answer questions now, or I can turn it over to Rick and we can answer questions later as well.
Yeah, I think you do have one question right now, Mr. Cunningham. Commissioner Simmons.
I'm still gonna, how big is that parcel?
Yes, so the parcel that you're seeing here is about 75 acres. It is a single land, it's two parcels, but it's a single landowner of those two parcels. And it allows us to, they'll get into this more detail in a little while, but it allows us to not only get the capacity we need now, but also the ability to expand into the future. So we're buying property that would allow us to expand, but we would construct what we need in the near future.
Okay, please continue.
All right, with that, Rick, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Tony. And I thought I would do is just give sort of a little bit of more background of why we're doing the project. I think you can go ahead to the next slide, please, Kristen.
Sorry, Rick, hold on.
That's okay.
I don't know why it's not advancing.
Ah, there we go. Thanks very much. That's always the most stressful part of any meeting for me is getting the AV to work right. So, as I believe you all know, we provide service to approximately 200,000 people in the Gainesville area. That's about 3/4 of the Alachua County population. Of course, it also includes University of Florida, Santa Fe College, the hospitals and other businesses and institutions in our area. So most of those customers, of course, are water customers. Most of them are wastewater customers too. We receive wastewater back from those, from most of those folks, about 185,000 people. We collect, treat, and beneficially reuse that wastewater. One of our, as Tony had mentioned in our mission statement, another way of putting it too is we try to follow these sort of, as they refer to, the triple bottom line goals of being environmentally, economically, and socially sustainable. And we think this project really fits in with that. Next slide, please. So one of our challenges is that, over the next 20 years, we expect to add 40 to 50,000 new residents to our region. So that's about 20 to 25% growth over the 20 years or so. So we're not maybe as explosive as some of the beach communities, but we nevertheless have been kind of growing in a fairly steady pace. So along with that challenge, so we're going to serve more people, which means we will be pumping more water to serve those folks. We're also going to have more reclaimed water resulting from that additional population. So we really have two challenges associated with that this project addresses. One is, as Tony mentioned, while we have more reclaimed water, we need to continue to invest in reuse projects so that we'll have capacity to take that additional reclaimed water and do something beneficial for that. And this is a very cost-effective project too, that gives us that reuse capacity to be able to handle more customers coming online. And then from an environmental perspective, since, as I mentioned, we're pulling more water out of the ground, that has environmental consequences. So one of the things we want to do is try to minimize our environmental footprint. And by taking that reclaimed water and putting it back into the aquifer, returning it back to the aquifer, we are able to minimize our environmental footprint, help to mitigate the impacts of water pumping to serve our customers. And there is some regulatory, in addition to being a good environmental steward, there are regulatory reasons for why we need to do that too. Next slide, please. So as we mentioned, this fits in with our overall water resource strategy. How do we continue to provide drinking water and wastewater service to our growing population and minimizing our impacts on the environment? Of course, one of our very important tools is water conservation. So we obviously want to continue to do that. We've have some other wonderful community partners that are very active in that. Alachua County has done a wonderful job with water conservation, as has UF IFAS, has some great programs, as well as the water management districts, a lot of citizens and environmental folks have really been involved with that, and our community's actually done a really good job in conservation, but there's, you know, always more to be done there. On the other side is, okay, we want to conserve water, but then, as we mentioned before, we also want to reuse water very wisely. Our water reuse activities really you can kind of put them into 3 different categories. One is we use reclaimed water for irrigation for some customers. So that's, it tends to be fairly expensive. We do that on a fairly targeted basis. So we've got about 1,200 customers that use reclaimed water for irrigation, and by them using that for irrigation instead of potable water or groundwater, that's a benefit to the environment. Also, we use reclaimed water for environmental restoration. Of course, our flagship project is the Sweetwater Wetlands Project, which we're all familiar with, but essentially that project essentially takes reclaimed water as well as storm water and treats that water and beneficially reuses it to restore flows to Paynes Prairie. And then last of all, you know, aquifer recharge, that's what this project is. It's an aquifer recharge project. Next slide, please. And so what is a groundwater recharge wetland? So sorry, this slide's a little technical looking, but the principle is usually when you will see a natural wetland in the environment, it will be in an area where you have clay layers underneath the ground. And those clays, as you know, is very dense and water doesn't percolate very well through clays. So usually a natural wetland where water or a lake, you're going to have clays that sort of keep that water from percolating. What we do with a recharge wetland is we build a man-made wetland and we put it in an area where the soils are sandy and where you have percolation, where you don't have the clay layers that stop it from percolating. And so we're doing that deliberately because we want that water to go into the aquifer. But the way we construct them is we will build basins they're going to be about 5 acres a piece that will have a water depth of about 12 to 18 inches. We will then plant natural wetland plants in those basins. We will we'll have a piping system that essentially feeds this reclaimed water into the basins. Now that reclaimed water, actually, as Tony mentioned, we actually meet drinking water standards with that water. So the water coming in meets drinking water standards. As it goes into the wetland, there's level control systems that keep that water at a constant level. And through the natural wetland processes, that water is treated even further so that we're able to reduce nutrients, particularly nitrogen, down to very, very low levels. And particularly nitrate is the constituent that has kind of been the most concern related to springs in our area. And so we're able to get the nitrate levels down to really, really low levels, you know, using those natural wetland processes while at the same time that water is percolating into the ground. That's the next slide, please. So we have several of these recharge wetland projects that have been in operation really since about 2007. The ones we have right now are smaller scale on the order of an acre or two. What we have shown here is the one at Kanapaha Middle School, which if you care to go by the middle school, this is located right next to the parking lot. And the picture on the left really shows a basin that had been a stormwater basin that had been dry, that's been converted to taking both reclaimed water and stormwater and recharging the aquifer. So we've had some really good results with these. Next slide, please. They're very attractive to wildlife. So we are kind of the first in the North Florida area to do this, although these types of wetlands have been in operation in South Florida for a longer period of time. I know in West Palm Beach, there are 2 wetlands, Green Cay and Wakota-Hatchie, that have been in operation for quite some time. But since we kind of started doing these demonstrations in North Florida, there's several other utilities that are either doing or working on developing these type of systems. So Lake City has a recharge wetland system that they're operating now. The picture right now that you see on the slide is the Ocala Wetland Recharge Park, which actually is very similar size as our park. I believe their parcel is on the order of 60 acres, same 5 million gallons per day. So they had converted what had been a golf course into this wetland project. So it's a really cool project to go see if you get a chance to go down that direction. Also High Springs, there's one under design for them. They are considering such systems for Fanning Springs. I believe Newberry's considering a system like this. And there's one being developed and designed in Volusia County too, to sort of help with Volusia Blue Springs. So that kind of gives kind of a rundown. I guess I'm going to transfer over to Kristen, and she's going to give you a little more detail about our particular project.
Yes, thank you, Rick. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. So getting into, as Rick mentioned, the details of the project, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, along with the Suwannee River and St. John River Water Management Districts, in collaboration with many stakeholders, so local governments, water utilities, environmental groups, and others, developed the North Florida Regional Water Supply Plan. This plan looks at water supply needs into the future and looks at how we'll meet those needs while protecting our natural water resources. And so this project's included in that water supply plan. And then on a local level, the city and GRU and the county work together to come up with the joint Alachua County, City of Gainesville 2018 to 2028 water supply facility work plan to look at our local water needs and how to meet those while protecting natural water resources. And this groundwater recharge wetlands included in there as well. The recharge the project will provide will support flows at the Santa Fe and Ichetucknee rivers and their springs. And so having that regional benefit, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and Suwannee River Water Management District are cost share funding partners. So they are contributing up to 50% cost share funding for the project. Currently, they've allocated 50% funding for the purchase of the property and the design of the wetland. We plan to do the project in phases. So the first phase will recharge up to 3 million gallons per day. And then as the need as it's needed in the future, the site will be built out to recharge 5 million gallons per day. And so getting into the specifics of the project, here on the screen is a map of where the project site is located. It's immediately north of Diamond Sports Park, west of the Oakmont subdivision. We have a call out of the Alachua County to help orient folks exactly where it is in the bottom left. There were several criteria that we used when citing the project. And so the first thing that we looked for was a site with sandy soils. As Rick mentioned, a recharge wetland, we need the sandy soils for that water to perk and recharge the aquifer. And so in Alachua County, sandy soils are west of I-75, so we knew we needed to be over there. Additionally, Tony mentioned Jay Norquist is on the line. We did a very comprehensive geotechnical investigation of the site to ensure that the geology of the site could support a recharge wetland, which the results of that indicate that it can. If there's any questions about that, Jay's available to help answer those. So the geology was important. The size of the parcel was important. We knew we needed a site that ranged between 75 to 100 acres in size to accommodate a wetland area that can recharge that 5 million gallons per day. So this particular site is 75 acres. The other thing that we needed was for the property to be within relatively close proximity to our existing reclaimed water infrastructure. And so the areas highlighted In purple are where customers use reclaimed water for their landscape irrigation. And so you can see those purple lines on the map. Those indicate the pipes that deliver that water to the customers. And so that network of pipes will deliver the water, the reclaimed water, to the wetland and hydrate those wetland plants as well. We also needed the property to be available, and this particular site was on the market and had a willing seller. There's a few other things that make this site a good candidate. This portion of Alachua County, it has sports parks and such, but it doesn't have many nature parks. So if this wetland becomes a park for the community, it will fill that void. And we also think that there's really good synergy with the proximity to the schools. There's Oakmont Elementary, or School I, going in across the road, and then the Diamond Sports Park, that's owned by the school board and is planned to be a future high school. And so similar to the Kanapahah Middle School site, we could see these very nearby schools, but other schools from around the county using the site for educational purposes, for students to learn about our water cycle, and as a living laboratory. And so to kind of recap the environmental benefits of the project, it will reduce our community's environmental footprint, as Rick talked about. It provides additional treatment with minimal energy use. So we like to say that treatment wetlands use solar energy, which they truly do, for that additional nutrient polishing. It will recharge the Floridan aquifer, supporting flows at the Santa Fe and Ichetucknee rivers, and it creates valuable wetland habitat and increases the area's biodiversity. And so our proposed schedule is pending City Commission approval. We would purchase the property in early calendar year 2021. As I mentioned, we have cost share funding from DEP and the Suwannee River Water Management District for the design of the wetland. We anticipate hearing later this year, in spring to summer, about funding for the construction of the project. Assuming that we receive that funding, which everything indicates that we will, we'll solicit a design build team where the design firm and the construction contractor work together collaboratively to really value engineer the project. So we would solicit that in 2021 and begin design and permitting in late 2021. And then we anticipate the project being fully operational by the end of 2024. As far as fiscal impact, the property acquisition and the funds for that is included in the 2021 capital budget. I mentioned the plan to solicit the design build team. The total estimated project cost, including the land acquisition and construction, is expected to be between $8 to $12 million. There's variability there because the wetland acreage could vary depending on the percolation rates. And as I mentioned, we anticipate receiving the cost share money from the state. And I wanted to just pause here for a second. And the purchase price of the property was brought up during UAB. And so I thought I would pass it over to Tiffany Davis really quick to touch on that.
Yeah, thanks, Kristen. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Tiffany Davis. I'm a Land Rights Coordinator for GRU. I was responsible for the negotiation of the purchase and sale agreements for the two parcels being considered for acquisition. I wanted to give you guys some background on the acquisition process and talk a little bit about the purchase price of the two properties, since, as Kristen mentioned, that was brought up in UAB. When GRU planning staff approached me about this project in September of 2019, I recommended that we start looking for property right away. Large parcels of vacant land are getting harder to come by in Alachua County, and development has been on the uprise in Southwest Gainesville, where we targeted the project location. So luckily, I found the 63-acre parcel as an active listing for $1.5 million. I thought the asking price was a little high, so I consulted with a local appraiser to develop a market value range to assist me in the negotiation process. After finalizing the price and terms for the 63 acres, we realized the same entity also owned the 12 acres to the north. Since the ideal property size for the project was between 75 and 100 acres, and we really wanted a buffer from the existing Park Place neighborhood, I negotiated a contract for that parcel too. The purchase price for the 63 acres is $1,310,000, and the appraised value for that parcel was $1,375,000. So we're acquiring it for $65,000 less than market value. The purchase price for the 12 acres is $280,000, and the appraised value was $285,000. It's not quite the deal we got for the larger parcel, but still below market value. The seller didn't have any intentions on selling the 12-acre property, so it took a little more to encourage that sale. Another thing that was brought up during UAB was a question about the timing of this purchase. Because, we're thinking, we're planning for the future and, we don't necessarily, do we need this property now? So I did want to mention that land values are going to continue to increase as more developments are built in that area. And it's unlikely that there will be a parcel of the size that we need left to acquire within this area in a couple of years. So when you factor in the 50% cost share that's currently available from the state agencies and the fact that these properties are in close proximity to our existing infrastructure, this is an ideal acquisition scenario for a project of this scale. So I just wanted to mention those few things. I appreciate your time. I'm going to hand you back to Kristen. If you guys have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Tiffany.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and I have just a couple more slides. So we've been engaging with the public about the project. We want this to be a collaborative effort and we want stakeholder input. And so we developed a landing page on the GRU website and a fact sheet about the project in May of 2020. And then we held a neighborhood workshop in July 7th. And then following that neighborhood workshop, the Gainesville Sun published a very nice informative article. It was a front page on Sunday morning, July 12th. We've presented to the Alachua Audubon Society member base in November. And then we've had some public meetings. We had a public meeting with the Alachua County Planning Commission for them to hear the project for the zoning approval. November 18th, they gave a unanimous recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners approve that zoning approval. And then Alachua County heard the project on December 8th and approved the special exception with a unanimous approval as well, and gave very nice comments supporting the project and GRU's community partnership. And so, we think that there's opportunity for the project to have many community benefits, similar to Sweetwater Wetlands, which was mentioned earlier, passive recreation with those access and maintenance trails, wildlife viewing, photo opportunities, being an ecotourism attraction for this side of town, and environmental education, as I touched on. As Tony mentioned, GRU, we're not in a position to fund enhanced public access facilities such as a bathroom facility or boardwalks, or if there was a desire to have a welcome center. So we're here today to ask for guidance from City Commission on how to proceed with that. And so some potential options, if that's so desired, would be to work with Alachua County Parks Department, potentially the City of Gainesville Parks and Recreation and Cultural Affairs, or a partnership between multiple entities. I think with that, I have a few pretty renderings to show. So revisiting that rendering that we showed in the beginning, just to give you all an idea of what it was that we would expect the park to look like. Here it is now that you have some background information about the project of, what it might be. And then this rendering is what it might be like to go and actually be within the park and visit the park. I can see that family visiting with their child, and in the foreground. In the middle ground, I see some birders, and in the background, I see a person taking their jog, in addition to some wildlife that has been drawn in because of the wetland habitat that's been created. And then now I'll go ahead and pass it over to Tony.
All right. Thank you, Kristen and Rick. Appreciate it. I'm going to read the recommendations verbatim and then kind of hopefully lead a little discussion here. So recommendations that the City Commission approve both purchase and sale agreements for the purchase of 2 properties located in the 3400 block of Southwest 122nd Street from Mitcham Rivers LLC in a combined amount not to exceed $1,590,000 plus closing costs as negotiated with staff. 2, authorize the general manager or his designee to execute all documents necessary to complete the acquisition of the real property in accordance with purchase and sale agreements, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality. And then finally, number 3, the City Commission provide guidance on potential funding and operations of the public access, enhanced public access portion of the project.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Cunningham. We have the recommendation, and so let's turn it back over to the commission. We have a couple comments or questions here, starting with Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Mayor, I am ecstatic to see this. I think Mr. Cunningham told me about this idea my first week after I was officially in office. So to see the renderings, to see the plan is a huge step forward. I have one question. Would the park still be considered Gainesville City Park, even though it'd be outside of the city limits?
So, Mr. Mayor, I think that's kind of part of this number 3 and having the discussion with the City Commission is how we want to proceed. So, acknowledging that this park is in unincorporated Alachua County, not within the city limits. I think that is kind of where we're looking for direction. Not necessarily, hey, here's exactly what we're going to do today. I don't think we're looking for that. We're looking for direction just for how you'd like staff to proceed in approaching Alachua County, approaching Public Works and our Parks and Rec department within the city of Gainesville, or other entities. We're looking for direction on that. And so Commissioner, I don't know the answer to that question until we kind of walk down that road.
Okay. Well, since we're at the road, I think it'd be one of my preferences that it be considered and labeled a Gainesville City Park, just because there is going to be our name on it and our parks have a certain quality to them. I'd hate for us to build something and then just kind of leave it passively outside an unincorporated Alachua. One concern that I have heard many times from the sister project from Sweetwater is about the accessibility of vehicles like motorized wheelchairs, where the gravel does not make it a very accessible park for some of our neighbors. And so as we look at, what would we like it to look like, where do we partner, I think that's something for the sense of accessibility that I would like to the project to consider, if only because if we're going to build it, I'd like it to be accessible for as many of our neighbors as possible, and that is a concern that I've heard multiple times on my visits to Sweetwater. And I don't mean boardwalks, I mean it could be asphalt, it could be just something sturdier than gravel, since that seems to degrade much more easily. But otherwise, I am in love with this entire presentation. My one regret is that it's not closer to my house. If it could be, that would have been great, but I understand the need for a project site that is big enough. But otherwise, I am in support of the project and the recommended motion, the recommendations from staff, and I am hopeful that my colleagues are equally ecstatic. I can't even speak anymore, just because I would love to see this come forward, not just for the environmental factors, but because of how good we are at building these parks. It could be such a benefit to the greater community, both environmentally and culturally, and we could be the ones to do it again, and we have that experience already. So I'm ecstatic about it. And yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm supportive of the project as stands. I think for any public enhancements, turning into a park should be borne by Alachua County. It's miles from the city limits, and I don't think it will be significantly used by city residents. So using kind of dollars to pay for a park outside the city limits when we have significant needs inside the city limits for parks, I would not be supportive of us using city dollars to make public enhancements. I do hope that the Alachua County, I think it'd be a great place for a park, and I think they need to have more parks in this area. So I do think we should look to partner with Alachua County on this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Commissioner Hayes Santos. I do like the idea of purchasing the land to create this, but I would recommend staff get with Scott Coons at the North Central Florida Planning Council and see if there's some resources or some grant funding there to help them with this, and maybe with the also with the Alachua County across the street. If I'm not mistaken, is there a trail in that area at one point? Is that too far?
The Archer Braid.
West? Yeah, does it connect any kind of way there?
It's close.
It's, yeah, so
it's not next to it, but it's close.
Yeah, so I'm thinking they need to contact Scott and see how they can incorporate getting some grant funding, and yeah.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner.
Thanks.
Commissioner Ward.
Mr. Mayor, I thank you, everyone at GRU who's worked on this. It's a great possibility, and I'm excited about where it could go. The primary reason for this is for the wastewater utility. It's a necessary thing that we need to do. So that's number one. That's why we need to do it. We need to do it now because, as was mentioned, it's the land that we need is available now, and it's not getting any cheaper. You know, as that neighborhood, as that part of the county is filled in, as the sprawl continues out there, it is this piece of property is not going to be available to us, you know, if we wait, and it certainly won't be available at this price. So I'm for it for that reason, because we need the utility for the future. Our infrastructure requires it. As far as turning it into sort of Sweetwater West, I think that is a great idea. I love the concept, but it is way outside the city of Gainesville. And I agree with Commissioner Santos, it probably won't be used as much by city residents as by county residents. So I would like to see us work with the county. I would like to see what our parks folks have to say about it, number one. So that's not a decision for us today, I think, but my general feeling on it is that we should, that the city manager and our Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs leadership come back to us with some ideas, working with GRU, of course, and starting to loop Alachua County in on this as well, because we do need to partner with them on it and with any other potential resources through the Planning Council, through you know, working with the state, any number of ways that we can defray the cost and let the cost be borne by the people who are most likely to use the park, which again, for the foreseeable future, is residents of unincorporated Alachua County. It could be another jewel. I would very much hope that City of Gainesville Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs can manage it and you know, be the lead planner on it, because we do that very well, as Commissioner Sacco pointed out. But it is way outside our geographic area at this point. It would not break my heart for it to be inside the City of Gainesville at some point. I think that's a conversation we need to continue to have, both east and west, but that's a whole other story. So what I would hope for today is to get GRU working with Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs, and with the county, and potentially with Mr. Coons or anyone else that we can think of, but primarily with our Parks Department, and with Alachua County to get this moving forward with ideas and bring those ideas back to us. So I guess I would move recommendation 1, recommendation 2, and that on recommendation 3, we authorize the city manager to work with the general manager and bring the county in on the discussion as well, to bring back to us in 90 days a general framework for discussion about potential funding and operation of public access.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Sacco. Real quickly before I come back to Commissioner Simmons, I generally support the motion because the state's already picking up 50% of the cost of this. I'm not hopeful that Mr. Coons through Regional Planning Council will be able to get additional funding, but I of course am not opposed to us making the request to him, and him having his staff look at what might be out there. There certainly could be money, from a different source that meets the transportation goals of the region, that are separate from the environmental goals. So I'm fine with that. I encourage that. I mean, I think that's a good idea, Commissioner Simmons. I think realistically, right now we need to get it built. We're really not talking about public access and use to this for another 3 years. So there's not necessarily an urgency on that part of it. I think we've got some time to figure it out. What I would say for us, I think what GRU needs to know now is, should they build it in such a manner that includes a component of public access? Because it's a really different design if it's just a wetlands recharge park with no public access versus something that is going to be accessible, potentially, hopefully accessible for everybody. So I would want part of this motion to be that we want to see a design for the park that does include public access, including trails and overlooks and boardwalks and full accessibility for all abilities. And I feel like that part of it we can and should pay for. I think that it's easier to build in the beginning and just do it all at one time. I don't know that it significantly changes the dollar amount of the project or not, but I think that's when you do it. Right now, unless I'm convinced otherwise, I would like to see the county take over the maintenance and operation of the public access of the park. But I would also be willing to work out some sort of legal agreement with the county now that at whatever point that property gets annexed into the city, we will take over the operation and maintenance of the facility. Once it's inside city limits, City Parks and Rec will take it over. I think that's what's equitable, because by that time, more city residents will be using it. So, that's some point in the future, obviously, but I think that's a reasonable ask. We did that when, I think it's called Forest Park, out there off 20th, right? When that came into the city, we took over that park and started maintaining it. That previously was a county park. So I think that just is reasonable and makes sense. So that's what I would want to put out there and suggest. But I agree with Commissioner Simmons' suggestion to look at not just North Florida, but maybe some other sources out there that could help out with the sort of conservation, recreation, transportation element of this, not just the sort of environmental and utility side. And then in our negotiations, look to say, hey, we'll build it out, but we would hope that you would maintain it until whatever time it comes into city limits. And that spurred some more light, so we'll go back around the horn. Commissioner Simmons, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. And you touched on something I was going to ask. Yeah, we're not looking at doing this tomorrow.
Right.
So what I would like to see, I agree with the motion, but for number 3, I would like to, and I don't know if we should have our parks department involved this early, or should we? I guess that's just because it's a long ways out. But if we're going to design it, but should we be the ones designing it? That's my question. Are we overreaching a little bit? Because it's in the county, but we're purchasing the property. So how far involved do we want to be?
Could I make a suggestion? Because that's a good point too. Why don't we put this on our next joint meeting?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they're obviously supportive of the project. They approved the zoning, change. And so why don't we put this on our next joint meeting and gauge their interest? That gives our staff and their staff a little time to do some preliminary discussions, right? And then we can just really see where the county commission is and see where the path forward is. Right, so do you mind adding that to the motion just to schedule it for our next joint meeting? Okay. Anything else, Commissioner? Okay, very good. Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Commissioner Simmons. I won't support the motion because of the third portion of it. I don't think we need to have a 90-day timeline on it. I think there are the City Parks Department has lots of things that they're working on our side, and I think those should take a priority. And by moving this to the top means that stuff they've been working on gets pushed down. And I don't think this should be the highest priority for our Parks Department right now. I also don't believe that our Parks Department should be the one taking the lead on it. To Commissioner Simmons' point, I think the county should be the one who should be helping design it, and I think they should be the ones helping to think about the public access. So I won't, because of those reasons, I won't support the motion. And I also do have some concerns about us taking over the park when it comes in the city limits too, because of a funding issue. I mean, county parks are being paid for under the general fund of the county, which is city residents pay for as well. So just because a park comes into the city, we do have a higher standard for parks and stuff like that, but it doesn't have to become a city park when it comes into city limits. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And I'm all into 2021 conciliation and working together. Commissioner, it might not be a huge giveaway to remove that 90-day, come back and at least wait till after the joint meeting to see where that goes and then figure out a path forward. But just a suggestion. I'm hopeful for what we're going to see in government over the next few years here. Commissioner Ward, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sure, I mean, 90 days is a number I picked out of the air, obviously, but I don't want it to drag forever. And the reason I use the phrase framework for discussion, I want it to be clear that I don't expect parks to come back with a full draft of what exactly this would look like this year. I would expect, what I'm hopeful of is for people who know for GRU to manage the utility side of it, the infrastructure piece, but then bring in people who know how to design a park, who just happen to be on our staff and do a very good job of it, to provide, to be available and provide us a way to think about it. And if that needs to be, I do want to put a time limit on it. If that needs to be 180 days, I'm fine with that. But I think it's important for professionals to come tell us, here's the box you should be working in, or here are the boxes you might work in, rather than us dreaming stuff and staff sitting in their offices saying, oh my God, what are they talking about? I would like them to drive the boat as far as what the design might look like. And yes, I would very much like Alachua County to be a part of that as well. So I'm very happy with us having a discussion to gauge the interest of the county at the next meeting. But I'll edit that 90 days to 180 days for number 3 in the motion. But I do want our Parks Department to kind of help us be in line so that we're not just out there talking about wonderful things that aren't possible. That's my intent with this. And we could, I guess, take this, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, one at a time rather than as a package.
Sure. So first, let me check with the seconder. The modification has been add this to the joint meeting agenda and move the time period to bring it back to us from 90 to 180. You're fine with that. Commissioner Hayes Santos, is there a need to split the motion?
I'm not going to support the.
Okay, we'll split it. Just wanted to be expedient here. So with that, we have a motion. Can we go back to the recommendation? Yeah, Tony, I'll get you one sec. Can we go back to the, I just want the public to know what we're voting on. There we go. And so the motion is 1 and 2, that has not been modified. Number 3, well, I guess is intact, but there's been some specificity to that. One of those things is to reach out to North Central Florida Regional Planning Council and other agencies to see what funding and partnership potentials there are. Also to add this to the joint meeting and to have our parks folks do a preliminary sort of assessment of what might be able to be done there for public access and bring something back to the commission within 180 days. And that may be modified or added to at the joint meeting as well. I mean, I think that's part of the expectation. Mr. Cunningham, you wanted to get in here?
Yeah, just real quick. I mean, you guys pretty much got there, but I mean, we're doing precisely kind of what we wanted to kick the ball off, right? We've got time. The reason I asked Kristen to put that schedule one back up is we're not going to start design till even later this year. And in that design, I think there are things we can do with the design team. We sometimes call them non-blocking strategies, right? So that we're designing things that aren't going to preclude us from putting in some enhanced public access, but may or may include that from the beginning. So, you know, we do have time to kind of round out exactly what it's going to look like and who operates and maintains the facility, who pays for the potential, you know, enhanced public access. We do have time to answer some of those questions, but I think what we really wanted to do today and what we've done, and I think with the motion is gets us going down on, hey, who do we need to engage? Let's start that conversation going, and then coming back to the city commission for further direction. I think the joint commission meeting is a really good place to have the discussion as well. So I just wanted to support that and thank you. That's kind of where we wanted to head, and I think the right thing to get us closer to what the final decision would be.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, Ms. Seeley, if you can go back to the recommendation, which is now the motion, we will turn it over to public comment. We'll start with anybody in the chamber that would wish to make public comment to the item. Good, okay, and then Larry, we'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Mayor. Nathan Scop is on the line to speak to the item. Nathan?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Larry. Commissioners, Nathan Scop. So majority of my questions regarding this were answered at the county meeting. So I think we addressed that, you know, the purchase price of the land, that is what it is. You know, obviously there was an issue related to the school board where a lot of constituents thought that the school board had overpaid for the property. That's out that way also. But again, this generally in support of the project, subject to, you know, I like the DEP cost sharing aspect of it, makes it a little bit more affordable. And, you know, in terms of ecotourism, I think we need to, you know, do what we can within our means. But again, if we'll be looking for additional amenities for a reclaimed water facility, I think the city needs to look elsewhere. I think that's inherent within the motion to look to the county or whatever for funding for, you know, improvements that might make it a little bit more accessible for the public. I'm not sure how many people actually go out there and traipse through a wetland, but you know, Sweetwater people do visit that. So in support of the project, but to the extent that there are going to be substantial public benefit improvements, again, I'd be concerned about the cost associated with that and GRE customers having to fund something outside of the city limits for that. So thank you.
And Mayor, we don't have any other callers.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. So with that, we'll turn back to the commission for a vote. Just to remind everybody, if you're looking at the screen, parts 1 and 2 are part of the motion. We'll vote on those first, and then we'll split out the third part of the motion, which is we have provided guidance, and that includes working with other organizations, working within our staff, Parks and Rec staff, to bring some suggestions back to the commission within 180 days, and placing this item on the joint city-county meeting that's coming up. I forget the date, but relatively soon. So the first part of the motion will be parts 1 and 2. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Of course, Commissioner Johnson absent. And then part 3 of the motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. That motion passes 5-1 with Commissioner Hayes Santos in dissent and Commissioner Johnson absent. Okay, thank you all from GRU and everybody else that presented this. We're excited about moving it down the road. And with that, Madam Clerk, we will go on to our next item.
Our next item is business discussion item 4, Commissioner David Ariola, community vaccination, with a recommendation that the commission discuss and take action as necessary.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to begin this discussion by first thanking you for your leadership in organizing yesterday's town hall with Chair Cornell and the leaders of the healthcare system in Alachua County. For people who did not get a chance to tune in, there was so many positive things and positive information that came out of that town hall that really left me with a lot of hope that we can administer this vaccine in due time. And the reason why I've called for this discussion is really to answer the call that the director of the health department, Paul Myers, gave, which is to welcome the input of local governments in terms of additional prioritization for vaccine recipients, because the reality is right now they are up to their eyeballs in just trying to get enough vials initially to deal with the thousands and thousands of people who have signed up, who are over 65, and of course healthcare workers, and as the university has indicated, there are 6 colleges which are affiliated with the hospitals there. So I included some backup information just to sort of outline my thinking. I do want to read off some of the information from yesterday's town hall, which is that the health department has been able to administer, in conjunction with UF, it looks like about 12,000 more than anybody else in the state so far. They're moving very quickly. They are waiting for enough vials to move into the over 65 population right now, and people are still encouraged to sign up right now. There are probably about 70,000 people, so that's going to take some time, but their projections, their hope is to get to a point where they can vaccinate 1,000 people a day. So that would be over 5,000 vaccinations a week. So if you sort of extrapolate that, we're talking in a matter of months. I also heard some really encouraging things. It sounds like the hospital is being very proactive in reaching out to prior patients, people who could have COVID at-risk complications. And they've already reached out to residents, and I want to applaud them for taking the initiative to reach out to the zip codes in our county, which have the largest health disparities. This was a conversation we had recently on this dais, and so they sent out those invitations first, and they're going to be sending another 10,000 for scheduling vaccine recipients. The Veterans Administration is doing well. They're moving into more elderly veterans. Healthcare workers are receiving it. They're paying close attention to private practice healthcare facilities as well, by inviting them to send their roster list of employees and patients. They're doing their best with what they've been given so far, and I think they're doing a great job. And I really want to applaud the leadership that they've been able to show. And there's coordination. So it sounds like the requirement is, of course, to when someone receives a vaccine to put that in the database so there's no confusion. And so that's also going really well. So where this brings me today, commissioners, is that I really have three general principles, which is number one, I want everyone to get a vaccine, but because of the scarcity and the fact that we have to sort of organize a priority list, I think that we really need to focus on at-risk devastated populations and essential workers. But what I don't want to do from this dais right now is for us to create a tier list where we list off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't want us to do that because, as you mentioned last night, Mr. Mayor, it's an academic discussion right now because it's still going to take them 1 to 2 months to get through our senior citizens, which are obviously the most at risk. But the hospital is also encouraging people who have significant COVID-related potential complications to also reach out because they do have power under the governor's executive authority to issue vaccines to people whom they deem to be severely at risk through the hospital system. So what I would like us to do is I have a four-part motion. The first 2 parts is really just to formalize work that I believe is already being done by our general government staff. The first part, which is to authorize the city to offer public spaces and paramedics to help the Alachua County Health Department for immediate vaccine administration. I believe that because of all the space that we have in the city, we can really force multiply the space and the amount of vaccines that are being given so that we can help us get to that over 5,000 a day as time moves on. The second part of the motion is to ask them to collaborate to create an education program on vaccine safety and transparency on the vaccine administration. I think this is important because in the time that we're waiting, there's a really great opportunity to reach out and educate people about the vaccines. We had some calls on the town hall to ask how the vaccine works, and the doctor that was on the line did a really fantastic job. It's the best I've heard yet of explaining how the vaccine actually protects you from COVID-19. And I think that we need to start reaching out because I think that there are a lot of communities who maybe they're not sure if they want to get a vaccine. And I think that there's a spectrum. I think that there's people who, really, this is the first thing that they've been waiting for months. And I think there's people who are thinking, well, I don't fall into an at-risk category. I don't really know if it's that important for me to get it. And then there's people who I think just genuinely are distrustful, but not necessarily incorrigible. They cannot. It's not that they cannot be convinced with proper education, and I think it's part of our role to step into that. But of course, it has to be coordinated with the healthcare systems because they're the ones who are doing all of the vaccine administration. They're the ones who are receiving the vials, and so I think that's our role. The third ask is that we ask our government to coordinate with the Alachua County Health Department to assist in developing the next priority list of community vaccination throughout 2021. And I say that because I think that there's so many populations that have to be considered. We have to consider schools. We have to consider essential workers. I listed a few in my white paper. We have to consider the outlying rural cities. They also need to be brought into the fold. And I've reached out to Mayor Marlowe of Newberry to make sure that he's tied into that conversation. I know these conversations are happening at the county level too, but I think it's important that we give that formal direction. And that's something that the director of the health department has invited. He ultimately makes those decisions, but I think it's important that we establish that we are willing to take him up on that offer, understanding that it isn't a directive. We're not trying to direct the health department. We're giving them a suggestion for next priority lists based on the fact that we've been dealing with pandemic policy for 9 months now, and so we have a lot of experience in trying to help the community, and also to assist with the community outreach, the education administration. And the last ask is really a smaller one. It's really just to formalize in a letter to the hospitals, particularly UF Health and North Florida, to support their coordination with the Alachua County Health Department to assist with supplying their vaccines for community vaccination. I think that's important. What I heard on that town hall is that they are coordinating, they are working together. I want our support to be formal. I want it to be in writing. I think that we have a significant role to play in helping to educate the community and helping to coordinate and of course helping to provide that suggestion, because ultimately hospitals are they are not responsible for creating public policy. That is the job of government. I think that throughout the pandemic we've seen that the governor is not willing to step into leadership where there needs to be leadership, and so I think that in his stead we can step in, and we have been asked to give suggestions. So I'll bring my comments to a close and wait for making a motion. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Okay, well, I'm not opposed to a motion getting on the floor because you've put it out. I was going to ask, Madam Clerk, can either you or one of your co-hosts pull up the backup document for this item and go just to the bottom of the page, which shows the 4-part motion? And while you're doing that, we will go over to Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Ariola, for bringing this forward. And thanks to everyone, particularly the mayor, who was involved in last night's call. It was very informative, as they always are. I think that's a thing that has worked really well for us through the course of the pandemic, is these Wednesday night phone calls. Regarding, I'm supportive of the whole thing, certainly. Regarding communication, I do think that's a role that we can play very well as a city. We obviously don't have, we can offer our property as a place for the vaccine to be administered. We can offer help from GFR, but we're kind of limited in what we can do to actually get the vaccine administered. But we can help convince people that it's the right thing to do. We can absolutely do that. We have an excellent communications program, but I would suggest that we work, that our communications efforts be consolidated with those of the county, because they have a great communications department, and the school board as well. Jackie Johnson over at ACS has a direct line into the homes of lots and lots of people that we don't. One of the greatest communication tools in our county is through ACS. For the kids who are going to brick and mortar schools, they come home with a stack of stuff every day that lots of mom and daddies read. They do robocalls from Ms. Johnson to every parent and guardian in the system regularly. They do a tremendous email outreach program. So I would like to to have them be a part of it as well, because they're good at it. And I would like all three entities working together on that if at all possible. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am supportive of the intention. I just have some concerns overall about the logistics of it. As Commissioner Ward said, you know, we can help with our space and with our staff as much as we can, but if we don't have vaccine, it amounts to very little. So I have no problem authorizing the use of personnel and staff in the future, but is that something that the health department has requested as something that they need? So I'm only okay with it because we are offering it as opposed to requiring it or telling them they must use it. But having it available as an option for the health department should they need it. A concern I have is with our staff developing developing the communications. I am hesitant about our communication developing the materials that should be developed by the health department. They are the experts. They're the ones who should be developing these materials. And yes, we can certainly disseminate them into the community and pass them along and make sure our neighbors are well informed by any means that we have available. But I'm not 100% comfortable with our staff developing these materials themselves. And lastly, my concern with assisting to develop any kind of priority list is that is outside of our control right now. And I have the feeling it's going to remain outside of our control. We can develop any list we want where, yes, we all agree that we have essential workers who should have priority right now. But until the governor allows that, it's moot.
The recording has stopped.
Should I stop talking?
You're fine. That's an automated thing, so
Okay.
I don't know what that is.
But I think it's going to be work that we do for very little purpose if we're not able to do anything with it. So if they want that assistance, we can certainly give it to them, and that's why I'm only marginally supportive of this. It's because it's authorizing our staff to do so if the health department requires or wants that assistance. But I don't want our staff to be doing work that either isn't wanted or two, isn't going to lead anywhere should the governor change his mind. I also listened to the town hall yesterday. I think things like that are very helpful because that's something the public looks to and wants, and when they just want questions answered, and we offer that forum. But I think things like creating priority lists are not going to help as much as we want them to, when at the end of the day, the governor's the one deciding who gets those vaccines. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Number one, authorized city. I love that. I think that's critical that we provide those services. Number two, as we talk about the created education program, and I'm going to lump that all together, I guess, with marketing. Over the past 7 to 8 months, myself, University of Health, Paul Myers with the health department already have that template you need. All you would have to do is just tweak some things. And what we created early on in the summer is a communication and marketing campaign to really focus on the minority population, where we had visual aids. We also solicited members at the University of Florida, students, to come up with a whole marketing campaign. So we currently have that, and it wouldn't be too hard to just tweak certain things, and it was very successful. When we looked at the numbers, we did the data. Once those marketing materials went out, we saw the number of phone calls go up over like 200%, because it was marketing material and communication that vulnerable population people could really understand. It was very well put together. So if you want, definitely, and the city manager, he knows about all of that. That would be the foundation and the framework to work within. When you talk about this is really, I'm glad we're having this conversation, and we've been having it the last couple of days, because I haven't seen anything out in the public about vaccine. I haven't seen anything. So, you know, I think we're kind of moving slow, but we need to really figure out, why is that? You know, we've been knowing for months down the pipeline that something was coming through, and we should have been in preparation mode then. We should have been aggressively talking to people, explaining why it's important to get the vaccination, why it's important for us to continue to practice the CDC guidelines. And so when I look at this and I see where we are as a community, it's still a lot of hype. The dust hasn't settled, and we need to really start focusing on how do we get the correct information, which we're doing. We're having the town hall meetings and we're having those conversations. But I'm concerned that people that need to hear this still not hearing this. People that are being impacted are not hearing this, and they're not seeing it. There's nothing visible nowhere talking about this. I still get phone calls of people asking me, where do I go get a COVID test? And we've been doing this for 9 months. And so the city of Gainesville cannot just take the lead on doing this type of initiative all the time. We have to pull our partners together. We have to have Paul Myers. We have to have the county. We have to have everybody locked in step with getting this vaccination information out. Because what we have seen and what we know to be true, even with vaccinating our children and our youth, there's a distrust issue in our community. And we can have this conversation all day long. We could talk about what we need to do. If the community do not feel safe, and Reverend Rawls can add something to it in public comment, if you do not feel safe, if you do not trust the system, then we're defeating the purpose. So how do we go out into the community and continue to build that trust and build those relationships? You do that by accurately talking about the vaccine. You accurately depict photographs. You just have to really have people tell their stories and tell you why it's important. And I experienced it. I had this, and this is what happened. And right now, we're just not seeing that. And I think now is the time, and I'm so glad you brought this up, Commissioner Ariola, because the people that are being impacted by it, and I've been hearing a lot of conversations about, you know, first of all, I don't know anything about the vaccine, and I'm not taking it. I'm not going to be in the first round. I'm not going to be in the second round. I just don't know. And they have that cloud. And so I think the question is, how do we really work together with the health department, with the University of Florida, and the North Florida Regional? How do we really put on a strong front and go out into these communities and say, hey, you trust us? And I think you're making the attempt, and I'm with you 100%. I'm behind you, but there needs to be something in place. It seems like something is just missing, and and this is not adequately addressing what's missing. And I don't know what's missing, but something is missing, and I don't know what it is. This is a great step. This is a great attempt. I love it. And I think because the vaccines have not been here, or they're slowly trickling in, and, you know, the conversations in my communities are not being heard. The conversations in my community, we're not seeing anything. We're not seeing any movement, no momentum. And I know that's what we're trying to do, but I think we need to really ramp it up, and I don't know what that looks like. I honestly don't know what that looks like. I don't, because you're dealing with trust. But I support this, and I think we do need to formalize, what was that? Have the support letter. Number 3, have that formalized. For us, the priority list, I don't know about that. We do need to have a priority list, but I was kind of lost on your direction, Commissioner Ariola. Could you explain that to me, number 4 again?
Good.
Thank you. The intention for the third and fourth part, the third part is that after the senior citizens, they don't have, and when I say they, it's the health department and the hospitals, they don't have a clear enough idea on who they're going to offer the vaccines to next. Right now, they have a framework for let's receive applications for senior citizens, let's vaccinate healthcare workers. That's it.
Okay, and I understand. And 2, maybe this is something where we have to really incentivize people. We have to really put on our thinking caps and say, hey, this is really important, and really look at incentives. And I'm just thinking about, you just look around, people are still having large gatherings. People are still going out. People are still just this has become normalized. So how do you penetrate that? Because people are still acting as if there's no COVID. And so I'm with you 100%. I just think we need to really be more creative. We really need to think about, in addition to providing vaccine information, how do we stay on that message about staying 6 feet away? We talked about this before the break. We need to start that marketing message that we never did. We need to keep talking about it, and we're not. We talked about this with the joint meeting. So, but I support your motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, first of all, we need to be very clear about something. We can't create false expectations or false hope. And Commissioner Ariola, there's nothing in what you propose that's doing that. I don't want that to be what you hear from me. But we are already starting to hear from people, why can't I get it? I'm ready, and the reality is, at the pace that the vaccine is coming in, it will be at least 2 months until they get through the people who have already signed up that are over 65. The people that have gone to the website and put their name on it, it's over 12,000. So that's 24,000 doses, right? And so that's why yesterday I said this is somewhat academic, is because by the time they get to folks like me and you, it's going to be a while. What we need to do right now is work on getting consistent, accurate information out through all the same sources. And everybody, by the way, is in agreement and on board with that. The county wants to work with us, wants to work with UF in North Florida, wants to work with the small clinics that are not affiliated with any healthcare system, wants to work with the churches, wants to work with the schools. Everybody is in agreement that we want to have accurate information that you all know this. You've got to repeat things many, many, many times before people get it. And that's not an insult. It's human nature. If people just hear something once in passing, they're not going to remember it or understand that that's factual. And frankly, we're going to need the help of our local media. I mean, that's where a lot of people get their information from. Not our Facebook page, certainly not a city commission meeting. you know, it's local media, and so we've got all the people that understand the urgency that we have a consistent message that's getting out accurate information. We've already gotten to work on that. I mean, Shelby and Mark are working on that. UF is absolutely committed to it. North Florida and the VA are sort of like, yeah, whatever y'all are doing, we're fine. You know, we're good with. I mean, so there's no resistance from anybody. It's just a matter of doing it. And I think it bears. I mean, I understand that we've known a vaccine was coming for a while, but in reality, it's only been here 2 weeks. It's only been here 2 weeks, and so you know, it's just to get the healthcare. That's where they are right now. They're trying to finish up the healthcare workers. That's where we are, and that's where everybody is. By the way, we are so far ahead of the rest of the state, in deploying this vaccine, and so we are doing the best we can so far under the circumstances. It's about how do we move forward. And so, you know, I and Chair Cornell are absolutely committed to continuing. We're going to continue doing the town halls. We don't expect new information next week, but we're thinking in 2 or 3 weeks. Hopefully, we have new information. I want to make clear, you know, because I heard a couple comments about this, that Paul Myers, director of the Los County Health Department, specifically asked for input from us and the county commission on what do we do after we get past the 65 and up and healthcare workers. So, you know, we need to have that conversation. I've got my opinions, but you know what? I'm not a healthcare expert. So, you know, I think we need to make a very, you know, polite ask to, you know, folks like Dr. Lizardo or the other epidemiologists saying, look, you know, what's in the best interest of public health here? You know, I think people at jail, I think people that are homeless and at Grace, people that are in communal living facilities, I mean, those are our highest risk people. So to me, that's who needs to be next in line. You know, but we're going to hear about teachers. You know, we're going to hear about police officers. We're going to hear about grocery store workers. It's hard to make an argument against any of those folks, right? So, you know, I think we need to invite you know, some of our health experts, especially epidemiologists, to come and say, hey, you know, what do you recommend that's in the best interest of public health? So this is not just a purely political decision, but one based on how do we protect the most people that are the most vulnerable. But I think really what this is about right now, and what this motion encapsulates, is that we need to make sure our partners in the community that are trying to keep people healthy and vaccinate people have our support, whether that's personnel or space, great. And that we need to make clear to our community partners that we are ready, willing, and able to work with them to get out consistent messaging, to work on, you know, how we deploy our resources when more vaccines are available, and you know, what we think is most, you know, important as we get past the folks that are identified in the governor's list. And by the way, the governor very well could come out with a new executive order in a couple of weeks that tells us exactly who's going to get vaccinated next. I mean, he absolutely does. He has the power to do that. So we can go through this process, and we should go through this process, but it might change because he might tell Paul Myers exactly what he's going to do, regardless of our input. So, you know, I think we need to be prepared for that. But more and more people are paying attention. You know, I think it is going to take, to your point, Commissioner Simmons, respected opinion leaders in very targeted specific communities to go out and perhaps have a public vaccination, or at least just do some good old-fashioned outreach. And that's different for every community. I mean, that's going to be different for our undocumented immigrant community than it is our elderly Black and brown communities, than it is you know, folks living in you know, assisted living facilities. And so you know, that is where I think we can just provide encouragement and support. You know, here's the information, here's documentation, here's our list of resources that we have to help you facilitate that. And then just continuing working with our health partners. But anyway, I support the motion. We're going to continue to have conversations like this, well into the summer months. But hopefully by then, we're in a much, much different place. And I'm very hopeful that we will be, especially with, what we've been able to do so far. I mean, you look at us versus most of the surrounding communities, I'd much rather live in Gainesville and be in the situation we are than most other places. There's one other point I wanted to make. And if I think of it, I'll come back. But anyway, I'm happy to move forward with this. Commissioner Ariel, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate everybody's comments. It certainly is a situation which can change at the direction of the governor. But I want to speak very plainly. Number one, the governor has also issued private contracts to CVS and Publix to give out vaccinations that have the health department has nothing to do with those. So those are elements of vaccination. To me, it speaks a little bit to the governor's priorities. Why not go through his health department to give those vaccines when they already have, built relationships with the long-term care facilities? I don't want to disparage the governor's motives, but why go through private contractors like that? Secondly, he has mentioned, and right now we're not in danger of slowing down our vaccines, we're moving very quickly, but he has mentioned that the amount of vaccines that will be going will also be determined on how much is given out. So I think by getting way ahead of the curve, I think we anticipate, because I also heard a hint of, well, UF has now moved to faculty over 65. And after that, what then? So I'm trying to avoid the situation where we get to a week where we administer less vaccines, and so we receive less vaccines as a community, and it's really hard to get that number back up once it goes down. So that's another point, is I think that preparation is really the whole key. But really the key words to this whole motion are collaborate and coordinate. We can't do it alone. They can't do it alone. We've got to rally the community together, start these conversations where they are not happening, because just because they're happening in one place doesn't mean they're happening in another. And vaccine efficacy is the most important conversation to have right now. That's the most important conversation to have, especially if someone has not received that conversation about the efficacy of this vaccine, which is 95% effective. And I think, actually, I'd really like to read this statistic into the record. Of 10,000 reported vaccines, only 26 adverse reactions. And only 3 out of 10,000 were considered serious. But nobody suffered anything beyond that. And that is the most, he said that it's just amazing how effective this vaccine is. So I think it's important that we have those conversations. I'm gonna stop talking. I'd like to move the 4 parts of this motion.
Second. Okay, motion by Commissioner Ariola, second by Commissioner Hayes Santos. And if you're viewing, you can see the motion on your screen there at the bottom, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just to support the motion.
Okay. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to be brief. Commissioner Simmons, what you said about missing, I feel like there's a missing piece. I agree, but I think what the missing piece is the vaccine itself. I had a mentor many years ago who used to say you can't sell from an empty cart, and that's what we're doing, and we risk serious breaches of trust by convincing people you got to get this vaccine. It's really important. We really want you to do this, and they say, okay, I'll do it, and they say, where do I get it? And you say, well, it's going to be a couple months. that's what frightens me about all of this, is that we could do a great job of convincing people that it's the right thing to do, and then it's not here, and then they start to very legitimately question what we were trying to do in the first place. And then they start looking for other places to get it, and they start believing what they read on the internet, and this and that and the other thing. And before you know it, we've created a worse trust issue than we started with. So I think that's my fear, at least, and it's that selling from an empty cart is fraught with risk. But we have to start the preparation anyway. We have to get that program ready to go to convince people, because there are a whole lot of people who right now don't believe they ought to get it, who believe that it's more dangerous to get it than not get it. I can't tell you what that percentage is, but I know that in our city there are a lot of people who believe that. Most people are ready to get it, but there is a not insignificant percentage of people of all hues and stations in life and ages who are scared of it. And we need to be aware of that, and we need to have a plan for that, but we have to be careful about how we go about that plan. So I think that's what's missing. And there may be other things too, but I think that's a big piece of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
And I think you're absolutely right. You stated it how I was thinking it. So thank you for that. Because it's the expectation. And you're right. And I think when I was trying to say, it's cloudy, and when the dust settles, it's the expectation, because you saying get this, and it's not available. So the expectation is there, but it's not there, and I feel like we're right back to square one. And so the work that we do as public servants is not just create policy, but it's more to our jobs than policy making. It's making sure we're going out into the community, we're listening, we're understanding, we're having empathy, we're doing all these things. And so when you have that expectation and it doesn't become fulfilled, and as a policymaker and as a person that's in the community, that's just another added layer. Oh wow, now I have to regroup and do this. Now we have to get on board and do this. And so it becomes a real heavy lift. And so when we go out and approach this, you're absolutely right, Commissioner Harvey Ward. When we go out and approach this, it has to be partnerships. It has to be planned to the point where if we do miss something, if something is not in place, at least the resident or the person understand it's okay, and we have to make the residents understand that it's okay. It may be a delay, and in the meantime, please practice staying 6 foot away. Please wear your mask. Please wash your hands. It has to be, we have to hit on all cylinders. And I think that's what I was trying to say, that something was missing, and you're absolutely right. And so as we continue to move forward, because we've been doing this for 9 months. We've been doing this for 9 months. And so we really need to figure out, come up with a great plan and figure out how do we become creative, because everyone is burnt out. Everyone is just burnt out. And so how do we become creative and say, hey, we need you to really take a look at this vaccine, and this is what it is, and this is how it's going to impact you or not impact you, but we need you to understand what's going on. So we need to be transparent, because I don't want the bottom to crash and we're right back at square one. And this is a lot. This is a lot. This is unprecedented. This is a lot. And so I think we're all learning as we go. We're all carrying this heavy lift. And we need to really focus, work together, and make sure that the people that need it fully understand why they need it. So you're right. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner, I'll say the one other thing that's missing and has been missing is a coordinated national strategy. And that's going to change in 13 days. The incoming President Biden has said that this pandemic is his #1 priority. He's going to put all resources possible behind it. I think you're going to see the nature of the conversation change. I think you're going to see support at the state and local level for what we're doing change. We've had to do it on our own. We've had to do it on our own. Thank goodness we have a great partner in Alachua County and the health department and the university, which has put us in a better position. But we've had to do it on our own, and that's going to change radically in 13 days. And we don't know what that exactly looks like, but I know it will be a welcome change for all of us. Yeah, it will, absolutely. Okay, so we got a motion on the floor. Let's go ahead and turn it over to any members of the public that wish to comment on this motion. You're good? Okay, we'll go to Larry then for anybody that's tuning in virtually.
Yes, sir. Just one speaker, Nathan Scott. Nathan?
Thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So again, I wanted to listen to the discussion. I tend to agree for the most part with the comments made by Commissioner Sacco. May be surprising to hear, but actually what she said actually is probably highly accurate to the extent that you're not the health experts. And while I think it's beneficial to offer the services in the city to the health department, we don't need to create a whole another layer of redundant government, to try and figure out a problem that's not even being addressed at your level. If it's any indication, I know Mayor Poe couldn't help himself and had to, look towards the future and make political-based comments. But, if the city of Gainesville's past performance is indicative of anything like you're referencing in Washington, it would be a failure no matter what you guys did, because you guys don't focus on the core issues. But I do respect that the comments made by Commissioner Sacco and also by Commissioner Simmons. I do think that the commission has an opportunity here to lead by example while you don't control how the vaccine is going to be distributed, to the extent that the vaccine is made available to the general public. Certainly I would encourage you guys to roll up your sleeves and get vaccinated, and use that as an example to address some of the misinformation and distrust that seems to be prevalent in the community. NPR had a good segment on that the other day. Basically spoke particularly in the brown and black communities where there's a lot of misinformation saying about not getting vaccinated, which again I think is false, and I do think people need to understand and make informed health choices in their own regard as to whether they want to be vaccinated or not. But generally speaking, the vaccines seem to be doing some positive things. I think the jury's still out on that in terms of how effective they're going to be or not be, and whether they require vaccinations every year, like the flu shot, which always isn't effective. Flu shot last year was not really effective at all. But one of the things that was discussed is vaccination of children. I think the record reflects that the vaccine has not been tested on children. I think the CDC guidelines and the FDA guidelines are that it's not supposed to be administered to children. That may have changed, but I think that's the reason for, while it's not widely available yet for children that are not above a certain age. But again, it's an interesting discussion, but I don't think the city's role is to necessarily lead. I think that you can lead by example, by communication, and encourage people to get vaccinated. I'm surprised you haven't launched a Captain Quarantine campaign to encourage Captain Quarantine says get vaccinated or something like that. But I'm sure Shelby and your team will come up with that. But thank you for your time.
And Mayor, that's our only speaker.
Okay, thank you. And so this is why we have confused people that are concerned. This vaccination is nothing like the flu vaccine. It is a different technology. It is developed completely differently. On the best years, a flu vaccine is 40% effective, and this has proven 95% effective. The mRNA technology for the coronavirus vaccines that have been developed, the ones that are out right now, Pfizer and Moderna, are completely different and so much more effective. And so it was just like at the beginning where people were comparing COVID to the flu or a cold, which completely set us back months and months and months because people didn't take it seriously. Just the same, comparing this vaccine to a typical flu vaccine is irresponsible. And so that, I guess that's another part of the messaging we'll need to get out if people are out there saying that. It's not. It's when you talk to the people that understand this, that are the medical experts, they are beside themselves. They've never seen anything like this, anything so incredibly effective and safe in all of their years of study and research. And so, yeah, please don't say it's similar to the flu vaccine, which typically is not very effective. We still would encourage people to get it, but we're talking about a completely different product developed in a completely different way. Okay, so with that, we will go ahead and move to a vote on the motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, up next.
Okay, our next item is business discussion item 5, organizational culture audit overview, with the recommendation that the City Commission hear a project update for the organizational culture audit.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Auditor, welcome. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Happy New Year, Mayor and Commissioners. Marie, would you mind sharing the overview attachment, please? Thank you. So per the request of commissioners, I'm giving a quick overview of what the organizational culture assessment is. Please keep in mind, we just added this and prioritized it on the audit plan. We have a core group put together and we're having our kickoff meeting tomorrow. So once we're through these processes, we will be communicating more information as we go. That's a big part of our planning. So where you're, well, let me first say that as a reminder, we're conducting this organizational assessment because we, staff, commissioners, neighbors, have expressed frustration with each other and over various processes. We would like to better identify and understand factors that negatively impact the chances for successful outcomes and relationships and identify what we could change. So in this overview, here's our basic process to carry out this project. In the planning phase, communications are most important. We'll create our project plan. We'll decide how to allocate resources, establish a timeline. Then communication will be key to planning and launching the project. We will, during the communication phase, we will share information on the organizational culture assessment. We'll explain how the survey works. We will explain what the results from the vendor will look like. We'll tell staff and elected officials, city leaders, what to expect in the workshops and the importance of individual participation. Communication will include ongoing project status updates that I will most likely present to Audit and Finance Committee and to you at the City Commission meetings. In the image here, the next step is to launch the survey. We contact the vendor site and they get the survey ready. The participant would go and register on the vendor site, answer the questions in the proprietary tool. There's no fill in the blank. They're just scripted questions. And we'll keep the survey open at least 2 weeks. We'll try to cover 3 weekends. We're right now finding out how employees can take the survey. So laptop generally, but we expect that people can use tablets or mobile phones as well to take the survey. During the final week of this 3-week phase, the vendor needs a few days to aggregate all of the results and produce the report for us. The meat of the project is in conducting the workshops. So our core team will facilitate the workshops. During a workshop, we haven't set up the plan exactly yet what the workshops will look like, but the core team will first establish ground rules. meaning you're not there to attack people. We're there to talk about process and desired behaviors, and then generate ideas. We encourage people to think out of the box. Sorry, there will be no wrong answers. We'll have lots of small group workshops. So a small group would be about 10, and we want to reach as many employees as possible. Generally, it's best to accommodate everybody who wants to participate in a workshop. And if we don't get that many volunteers, then we'll start asking people to please participate, but nobody will be required or forced to participate. After the workshops, 4 to 6 weeks, I hope I didn't underestimate that, because we can easily do 20 or so workshops in 4 to 6 weeks. But if we have a lot of people that want to participate, we want to accommodate them. So we might do that for an additional 4 weeks to keep everybody, to make sure everybody has a chance. But we're still completing this project in a very reasonable amount of time. So that's not a big deal. The final phase is the reporting and action plans phase. The tool will show that positive relationships and communication lead to higher productivity. That's one of the reasons why this tool was established. It generally leads to not only higher productivity, but a happier work environment, while incivility demoralizes people and leads to decreased productivity. So we don't know yet which organizational culture paradigms are going to be best for us. That's what we flush out during the workshops. One fit is not the best fit for all cities or all local governments or for other organizations. We have to figure out what's going to work best for us. And that will include suggested process improvements and desired behaviors. And during our workshops, we would be deciding, well, if this is a desired behavior for our work area, what are some things that we can do to achieve those desired behaviors? And then that will all be summarized in our final report. And can you please go to the next page, Marie? Thank you. This is just a quick pictorial of the stakeholders that impact our organizational culture. So the core project team is going to help launch the project. Support team will be a few people that we reach out to help us deliver on various stages of the project. Charter officers are always included. City commissioners will be kept informed. And we'll think about how we can best keep neighbors informed. And perhaps we can even have a workshop or two in each of the wards to get neighbor feedback. So I think that's it. I did want to say a couple of words on the tool itself. We'll be sharing a lot of that during our communication phase that we'll be launching tomorrow. So over the next couple of weeks, we'll give you some pictures and some example reports. But basically, the tool is based on assessing culture in a creative environment, a collaborative environment, a very controlled and structured environment, and a competitive environment. And at any one time, you would be in one of those quadrants. At the same time, cultures are either internal or external focused, and are either flexible or stable. And again, you would only be in one of those areas at one time. And research shows that the most productive organizations and the happiest organizations can be pretty agile and can move from those different phases, move around as needed. So when you get the picture back from the organizational assessment, it will show you where you are now with these categories on the map. And then the questions also ask, where would you like to be? So it will show you an image of where it looks like your organization wants to be. And then in the workshop, you talk about processes and behaviors that can get you from point A to point B. So that's pretty much all I have. Do you have any questions?
I don't think this. Thank you so much, Ms. Bigby. I'm just sincerely excited about this. I think this just is such a great opportunity for our organization. I hope that every member of our community builder team, from GPD to GRU, our clerical staff to our line workers to the executive assistants, all participate in this. because ultimately what this will do is make a stronger organization that each of you will enjoy working for more and feel a greater sense of accomplishment because of the work we're able to do together. And so, you know, I wish that I would have known about this and suggested this years ago, but here we are right now. So here's where the opportunity is. And, you know, I just hope for as diverse and robust a participation as possible. So we really get a very clear understanding of where our strengths and opportunities are throughout the organization to sort of do the important work we have ahead. And I think we have a great opportunity to do that. Commissioner Ward?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would concur with all that. This is the kind of tool that if I knew that it existed 3.5 years ago, I would have suggested that we take advantage of it then. So I'm really pleased to see this specific thing moving forward and us already in the path. And I really appreciate you bringing it forward, Ms. Bigby. And to all city workers watching, I hope that you will take this as an opportunity to take part in improving your workplace. I think that it is a real thing, and I know that is absolutely my intent in bringing this forward as a part of the commission, that we all create a better workplace, because when we do that, we create a better living experience for everyone who lives in our city and everyone who visits our city. And that is absolutely my goal every day when I come to work. So thank you.
Thank you. With that, there's no motion, but I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Adam Sessler here. We do have one public comment, Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, are you out there?
Yes, thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I want to thank Ms. McPhee for bringing the issue up. I'm not sure what this is going to accomplish, whether it's going to be productive or not. I guess the jury's still out on that. Will be expenditure of time and taxpayer resources, staff resources to determine what the state of the culture is, or to ascertain what the desired state of the culture should be. I'm not sure whether that's going to have a chilling effect on the employees and suppress dissension among city staff or not, but those are factors that should be considered. But again, I do generally appreciate the work that the city auditor is doing in trying to address the systemic lack of internal financial controls across city government, fraud, theft, and waste, and issues such as this. It's not really a core issue for audit, but I guess you guys have tasked her to do this and do a kind of work product we get back as a result of undertaking this exercise. And finally, in my remaining time, I do want to take exception, Mayor Poe, to you characterizing my comments as irresponsible. I think that what I did suggest with respect to vaccinations is that there has been no determination made by the scientific community, including immunologists, as to what whether that vaccine is going to have a one-shot everlasting effect, or whether it's going to need boosters like the flu shot. That's my comment before you distorted it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. At this time, Mr. Mayor, we have no further comment. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Ms. Bigby, I just want to go back to you. Based on your professional assessment or any work that you've done, do we have a systemic problem of lack of financial controls, or is there widespread fraud or theft within our city organization?
I would say that we have a weak financial control environment in some areas on the general government side. We do not have systemic fraud, waste, and abuse. We have a very robust reporting process for fraud, waste, and abuse. However, we have to keep in mind that weak financial controls increase the risk of fraud.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your response to that. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and go to the next item, Madam Clerk, which is still in Ms. Bigby's arena, so stick around.
Okay, our next item is CA9, General Government financial reporting process memo with a recommendation from the Audit and Finance Committee that the City Commission accept the city auditor's report, internal report.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Simmons, you asked for this to be pulled, so I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to address the memo that was sent out by our city auditor and have her explain to me, and also our city manager, Lee Feldman, and his staff explained to me. There was a question on there about the risk assessment. Was that what? First of all, I don't have that in my backup, so I'm kind of going with the flow. You could tell I don't have it physically in front of me, but I know what I wanted to talk about, and it was that memo. And I apologize for not having that physically in front of me to accurately explain what I'm wanting to know. But I did have a conversation with Ginger, and you pretty much know what my question is. And if you can address that, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioner Simmons, Commissioners. Marie, would you please pull up the financial reporting memo? Thank you. And scroll down just a tad to see the bottom of this page. So, Commissioner, we performed an informal review, I guess I would call it periodic monitoring of the financial reporting process to help identify some risks and help support and champion management's attempts to strengthen their financial controls, their month-end reporting processes, so we'll have a more timely financial close and be able to respond to the external auditors more timely. So when we did our September walkthrough, these 4 items here, we found that the bank account reconciliations and other reconciliations were still at risk. They had started them, but we were still a bit behind. And then the other at-risk topic identified at that time was staffing resources for month-end and year-end close. And Marie, could you go down to the next page, please? When we came back in November, again, informally, we touched base with management and wanted to see how those same processes were going. We found that they were in a better shape with staffing because a couple of offers were in the works. Since then, those offers have fallen through, so resourcing is now at risk again. And then the key balance sheet accounts are in progress, but were not completed. And as of this week, the cash account reconciliations are not complete, but they're very close, but they're not done yet. But several other things, other items and files have been completed and much more timely than last year. So, and Lee and his staff can speak to that, but they are making progress. I would say the at-risk items right now are resources and completing reconciliations, as well as all of the monthly and quarterly month-end close processes, which were prioritized to be managed after the year-end demands can be completed for the external financial statement audit. Commissioner, does that answer your question, or do you have some other specific questions?
No, that pretty much answers the question, but I wanted to know how significant is reconciliations on a monthly basis from your standpoint? How important is that?
From my standpoint, it's extremely important. That's where you know if there is fraud, waste, and abuse, you're going to see it in variances and reconciliations. If your systems aren't performing as expected, or if there's other errors, they need to be detected timely so that they can be corrected timely. It's much more expensive to try to find out why something happened or to fix something many months down the road or even a year down the road. So for the key balance sheet accounts, and that means the ones that are most important and most material, it's very important to have those reconciled regularly. And I would put cash and cash equivalents at the very top of the list. Cash actually, with all the cash that we handle in the city, should be managed daily. And so perhaps building out our finance treasury capabilities would help with that.
Okay, thank you. Is Mr. City Manager on?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Lee, can you explain to me about the reconciliations and why that's not being done in a timely manner?
So this is one of the improvements that we agree need to be made. Historically, reconciliations were not done on a monthly basis. When Ms. Ramos came aboard in the summer, we had our initial discussions with Ms. Bigby. That was one of our goals, and the commission approved additional staffing for us in October, and we are in the process. I believe we actually have the staff that just came on board mid-December, and we are moving to make sure that we do reconcile on a monthly basis.
Have you seen anything, and this can go to either one of you, Lee or Ms. Ginger, have we seen anything that may appear to be not right because we're not reconciling? Are we having to pay out additional monies or catch up or anything that if reconciliation was in place, we would normally have to do? So I guess what I'm trying to ask, have you seen anything, or is there any type of resources that's being additional resources that's being used to modify reconciliation that would normally not be used?
So I'll take a stab, and Ms. Bigby can certainly correct me if I misstate anything. Monthly reconciliations are best practice. I have not seen anything that's come to my attention that shows we are missing anything on there. One of the reasons why I believe we have had problems in the past meeting our deadlines to prepare the CAFR has been the lack of monthly reconciliations. There was hope that that would be reconciled with the ERP coming on. As the commission knows, because of the pandemic, that got pushed back. And so that should be online now by June 1st. But again, the month, I have not seen anything that has indicated that we've had to spend extra time or resources. But we do need to get to this best practice.
So I'd like to comment on that. Thank you, Mr. Feldman. It does cause us to be behind in other work that we have to give to the external financial statement auditors. And again, there's a much more risk of error or other issues not being detected and remediated timely, which ultimately results in more resources spent on trying to figure out what went wrong. If we need more time or help from the external auditors, that could end up costing more resources. And if we have to bring in more people, that's the nature of business. You often have to bring in more people if you're short-staffed. So I wouldn't count that as a problem. But once we do get to the monthly or quarterly, management will decide which accounts need to be reconciled, how often. The year-end financial close will be much smoother and faster.
So when we say we're getting better, we're almost on track, give me a window, like say for instance, this is January. Have our end of the year monthly statements, have they been reconciled yet?
Lee, that's a question for Lee and Ms. Rum. Yeah, you'll have to speak to when you think that this can all be accomplished with your staffing levels.
Yeah, so I'll defer to Ms. Ramos on there. Some of this is tied to the ERP implementation, but she can speak better to that.
Hi, Cynthia Ramos, Finance Director. So we are currently working through the reconciliations for October, November, and December. I would just like to remind everyone that typically the first quarter of a fiscal year with wrapping up year end and starting the audit work for the annual audit. We usually have a little bit of a delay in getting those reconciliations started, just because our staff is focused on trying to get the year-end process closed up. And the audit cycle started for the fiscal year that just closed. So as Ms. Bigby mentioned, we do have a little bit of a staffing issue at this point. We put out offers, they were not accepted. We are currently going back out to market to try to get those positions filled in that particular division. And with that said, we are bringing in a consultant to help us get through those reconciliations as quickly as possible. So we anticipate that we would have these completed before the end of January for October and November, and then a month, 30 days after that for December. And we should be caught up at that point.
So by the end of this month, you should have October, November, December completed?
By the end of January, we're hoping to have October and November completed.
Not December?
No, because we just closed December 6
Okay.
days ago. So there's
Right.
usually about a 45-day
Okay,
turnaround for that.
okay. And so, Ms. Ramos, how many staff members do you think you're down? Just to get you to a place where you can have a full staff, what do you need?
So we currently have 2 vacancies. We had one employee leave unexpectedly. They went over to the GRU side. So we are backfilling that position, and then we're backfilling another position after that. So we have 2 vacancies right now that we need to fill. And we believe that with those 2 filled in consistently, we will be in a better place to sort of train our staff and get everyone caught up with where they need to be, experience-wise and transaction-wise, in order to get everything set up correctly.
And those are 2 full-time positions?
Those are 2 full-time positions, yes.
Okay. Thank you both. So, colleagues, this is important. This is real important. I don't know what we need to do to help or assist our manager in trying to really get some people in that office to get them caught up. I know they're saying they're going to hire a consultant, but that's just more money. And I'm concerned about where we are with these reconciliations, and just looking at the memo, everything that's at risk, the staffing, the bank account reconciliations. I think this is a concern, and we really need to, as a commission, really look at how we can help or what we can do to make sure that they get caught up to speed, so we can start running this organization like it should be run. We should be current right now. We should be current. So I don't know if we want to have city manager come back at the end of the month and let us know where they are, send out a memo, let us know where they are. But we need to readdress this at the end of the month to make sure that they're getting the help they need to get us caught up.
Commissioner, maybe I can just offer what we will do is certainly be communicating with the city auditor that is monitoring this process. We can communicate to Ms. Bigby, and she can forward our communication, her assessment of it at the end of the month.
I'm okay with that. That's fine. But yeah, I think we need to make sure that we give you the help you need to make sure that we're current and that we remain current, so we can move forward. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, colleagues.
Yeah, thank you. And it's a staffing issue. One thing we could do is in the next budget cycle, we could increase the salary range for those positions. But these things happen. GRU's lost people that jumped over to general government, and I get it. What I want to say, and we had a more lengthy discussion about this audit in finance, we are in such a better position and so much further ahead with preparation of the CAFR and the external audit this cycle than we were last cycle or the cycle before. There have been so many improvements made. There are still a couple outstanding areas of risk, and I'm not saying they're not, But the areas that have been improved or rectified are significant, and I think if you ask Ms. Ramos, her assessment of whether we will be able to get the CAFR reported and turned in on time and accurate. Last year it was turned in on the last day. It will be months ahead of that this year, and so I think it's great that you and management are focused on these two positions to sort of close the remainder of the challenges that department's had for, frankly, a couple of years. But a lot of other things have happened to get everything else around that in a much better position, and this is sort of the last piece of that puzzle that will sort of complete it. So I guess if anybody's listening and you have the qualifications and experience for these positions, City of Gainesville is a great place to work. Come on, we're hiring, we're excited, and you're going to be working with a great team and the best commission that's probably ever served the City of Gainesville. So come on board. Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Thank you, Auditor and City Manager, for updating us. And we'll look. I guess you can send out a memo, or maybe on at our February 4th meeting, get an update on where we are in that process. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we accept the report.
Okay, motion second that the commission accept the report presented to the Audit and Finance Committee. Members of the public.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one speaker, Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So first and foremost, I want to thank Commissioner Simmons for bringing this issue into discussion off the consent agenda onto the regular agenda. Commissioner Simmons, you continue to impress me, again, from the bottom of my heart, I say this sincerely, with asking the right questions. The questions that you're asking are not popular. It's information that the commission doesn't want to discuss because it shows their own inadequacy of managing the core aspects of city government. Also want to thank Ms. Bigsby for correctly stating that there has been lack of internal financial controls across multiple federal government departments. Mayor Poe, I think you tried to cast aspersions on the statement I made, but if we need to correct your memory and amnesia, we had the Brazilian butt lift, we had parking revenue theft. I could go on and on, but we can quibble over the word systemic, but those thefts occurred and people spending years in prison or being sentenced to years in prison occurred because of weak financial controls. And so the point being here where Mr. Feldman stated that monthly reconciliations are best practice. No, that's not true. Monthly reconciliations are a core function of the finance department. And I agree with Ms. Bigsby wholeheartedly that cash should be reconciled daily. And, it's like reconciliations are exactly how you detect improprieties and theft and waste and fraud. So again, getting the house in order is Commissioner Simmons should be commended for bringing this issue out into open discussion and asking the questions that other commissioners are too chicken shit to ask.
All right, that's it. To kind of, Larry, he's done. Larry, he's done. Adam, he's done. Thank you. Thank you. We're not going to have that kind of language in these meetings. That is a level of incivility that is not appropriate at any level of public discussion. I'm appalled and offended that Mr. Scott, who comments on every single issue at every single meeting, has not learned what simple decorum is in a civil public meeting. So with that, is there anybody else on the line for public comment on this item?
Sorry, I was juggling the mute button on that one. No, there is not, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. We'll turn back to the commission. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I know that it's funny to throw around the Brazilian butt lift over and over and over again, forever and ever and ever. Most people don't even know what you're talking about at this point. It's just a funny catchphrase. Well, guess what? That was nearly 4 years ago, before I was even on this commission. It was multiple city managers ago. And yes, changes were made in our controls following that situation. And oh, by the way, the woman involved, she went to jail, and good things didn't happen. Frankly, to keep bringing it up is just disgusting at this point. Now, I know that it's a catchphrase, and you like to do it, but come on. It's become ridiculous at this point, and it's fair to point out that it's ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving back to the commission, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Okay, we're on to commission comment. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one item. We have all been looking forward to January the 20th at noon when the president-elect will take his oath to office and be installed as president. His inaugural committee has announced that one day before that, on January the 19th, they will be hosting a memorial at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time, a ceremony at the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool to remember those who have died to the coronavirus in the United States. The inaugural committee has also invited cities around the country to hold their own ceremonies. It can be with lighting, it can be with church bells at the same time in their respective cities. So I would like to ask, and I move that our government plan for a memorial ceremony on January 19th at 5:30 p.m. In coordination with the inaugural committee.
Okay, motion, was that Commissioner Santos? Moved by Commissioner Ariola, second by A. Santos, to have city coordinate a memorial for COVID-19 victims on the said date. That's administrative, so we're just going to move to a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes. Anybody else for commission comment? All right, so with that, we will stand in recess until 5:30, at which point we will have our Pledge of Allegiance, our proclamations, and then move on to our evening's business. We are in recess. Okay, good evening. Welcome back, everybody. This is the evening portion of our regular City Commission meeting, January 7th, 2021. So our first order of business tonight is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Our flag is right over here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. And Madam Clerk, our first proclamation, please.
Our first proclamation is National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month, January 2021.
Okay, do we have anybody here to accept this proclamation? Okay, we'll just assume they're accepting it virtually. Whereas human trafficking is the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, or receipt of a person by use of force, fraud, or coercion to gain consent of another person for purposes of exploitation. Exploitation shall include, at minimum, the exploitation of the prostitution of others or other forms of sexual exploitation, forced labor services, slavery, or practices similar to slavery, servitude, or the removal of organs. And whereas human trafficking is a worldwide public health and human being crisis that sees no geographical boundaries and does occur in Gainesville, Alachua County, Florida. And whereas the National Human Trafficking Hotline reports that in 2019, Florida was the third highest in reports of human trafficking in the United States of America. And whereas, although human trafficking disproportionately affects women and young girls, men and young boys are exploited as well. As a result, human trafficking endangers the lives of millions of people around the world with no actual deference to race, sex, gender, or religion. This means your coworkers, friends, family, and your own children are at risk. And whereas at one time people thought their children were safe within the confines of their own home, now parents, family, and friends must acknowledge that children are commonly being groomed, targeted, and exploited through the internet. And whereas the North Central Florida Human Trafficking Task Force seeks to build a network of partnerships across Alachua, Baker, Bradford, Gilchrist, Levy, and Union counties that unites governmental agencies, non-governmental and faith-based organizations, victim service providers, educational institutions, civic groups, and concerned citizens to prevent the exploitation of adults and children in all forms of human trafficking, rescue victims, and provide rehabilitative services for survivors. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me by the City of Gainesville, hereby proclaim January 2021 as National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month in the City of Gainesville, and invite all of our citizens to join me in promoting and supporting slavery and human trafficking prevention efforts. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Gainesville, Florida, this 20th day of November, 2020. Thank you all. This is such an important and discussed and understood problem that we have right here in our community. So we thank them for bringing awareness of this important issue to us. Madam Clerk, our next item, please.
Our next item is Martin Luther King Jr. Hall of Fame Day.
Okay, anybody here to accept the proclamation or virtually? Ms. Kessler, do you know if Prophet Long was going to be here virtually to accept the proclamation?
To my knowledge, he's not.
No, okay, that's fine. We'll go ahead and read it, and then I'll make sure that we get it to him. Whereas the third Monday in January is recognized as a national holiday in memory and recognition of the life, deeds, and principles espoused by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And whereas the benefits of the teachings and examples of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in his advocacy for nonviolent social change have been felt worldwide. And whereas the Martin Luther King Jr. Hall of Fame was established in 1986 to annually recognize citizens in this community who have made significant contributions to the furtherance of Dr. King's dream. And whereas the 36th Annual Hall of Fame Gala will be held on Sunday, January 10th, 2021, via Zoom in celebration and honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and those individuals enshrined in the Hall of Fame. And whereas the following individuals have been inducted into the Hall of Fame: Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Reverend Thomas A. Wright, Savannah Williams, Mushira Shaheen, Charles Chestnut III, Rosa B. Williams, C.W. Norton, A. Quinn Jones, Susie Mae White, Thomas Coward, Reverend James Cato, Dr. Arthur Sandine, Russell Henry, Virgil Hawkins, Barbara Higgins, Joseph Judge, Dr. Joyce Cosby, Joseph Buchanan, Lucille Perkins, Carol Thomas, Pearlie Mae Hunt, Harry Ludwig, Dr. E.A. Cosby, Dr. Colin Banks, Vivian Filer, Jacqueline Hart Williams, Hertasini D., Dr. Hazel Kirkland, Sister Hazel Williams, Arupa Freeman, Daniel Harmeling, Ruth and Richard Steve Brown, Father John D. Gillespie, Pat Fitzpatrick, Chief Tony Jones, Dr. Vivian Haynes, Father Roland Julian, Dorcas Candy Ramsier, Evelyn Fox, Khalid Blunt, DeQuanda Jaw, and Ariel Lane. Now therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, here do by proclaim Sunday, January 10th, 2021, as Martin Luther King Jr. Hall of Fame Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our citizens to join me in visiting Martin Luther King Jr. Hall of Fame and learning more about the achievements and contributions of our local citizens enshrined here. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville this 4th day of January 2021. Thank you. And look forward to seeing many of you at the virtual banquet on Sunday. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is the King Celebration 2021.
All right. Whereas the third Monday in January is recognized as a national holiday in memory and recognition of the life, deeds, and principles espoused by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. devoted his life to the fight for the full rights of citizenship for the poor and the racially oppressed, all the while exhibiting courage and moral presence. And whereas Dr. King's quest cost him his life in Memphis, Tennessee on April 4th, 1968. And whereas the city of Gainesville will honor Dr. King's deeds and dreams by holding several special events during King's Celebration, January 10th through 18th, 2021. And whereas Highway 441 in Alachua County has been renamed the Martin Luther King Jr. Highway by House Bill 230, Chapter Law 88-419. And whereas on Monday, January 18th, 2021, several programs will be held honoring Dr. King. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim January 10th through 18th, 2021 as King Celebration 2021 in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our citizens to join me in participating in the many activities which will be held in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 5th day of January 2021. And I would encourage anybody interested in participating in those many events. It's more actually than a week of event. Look them up online, or they've got a great Facebook page as well. And it tells you all the different things. Most of them, of course, are virtual. There's things for the younger neighbors that we have. There's music. There's oratory. It's really quite an extraordinary about 10 days of celebration. So hopefully you can find at least one of those to participate in and honor the legacy of the good Reverend Dr. King. All right, Madam Clerk, our next item, please.
Okay, our next item is the second reading of Ordinance 200253, quasi-judicial. I'm assuming Ms. Shelley might stop me because we're not quite at 6 o'clock.
Yep. So what we'll do is we'll stand in recess until 6 o'clock. We will reconvene precisely at 6 to start our ordinance readings. We are in recess. Okay, welcome back. After our brief recess, we're ready for our second reading of ordinances. Madam Clerk?
Okay, we have the second reading of ordinance 200253, quasi-judicial rezoning of 8.33 acres of property located at 6224 Southwest 20th Avenue. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 8.33 acres of property generally located at 6224 Southwest 20th Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from single multifamily to multifamily, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any questions from the commission? This is second reading, or is there a motion? Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance 200253 on second reading by title only.
Okay, motion by Commissioner A. Santos, second by Commissioner Ward. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Start with anybody in the chambers. Okay, then we'll go to anybody watching us virtually.
Mr. Mayor, there is nobody on the lines right now. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move back to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Johnson absent. Next item, please.
Next item is the second reading of ordinance 200252, text change amending the land development code relating to two-family dwellings. This one is actually, continued to the 2-4 meeting.
Yep.
That one, go to SR3. Quasi-judicial, this is second reading of ordinance 190696, quasi-judicial, adding property to the local register of historic places, 215 North Main Street, Masonic Lodge. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville adding certain property located at 215 North Main Street and commonly known as the Masonic Lodge, as more specifically described in this ordinance, the City of Gainesville's local register of historic places, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, are there any questions or is there a motion?
Excuse me, Mayor?
Yes. Michelle, go ahead.
Thank you. This ordinance is slightly unusual in that it's treated as a small-scale rezoning, so it has only one hearing, and this is that hearing. It is quasi-judicial, so you'll need to follow your process for that, including disclosure of any inadvertent ex parte communications, then hear a staff presentation, then hear from the petitioner, applicant, or the public, and then finally deliberate and vote.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shelley. Unless anybody puts their light on, we'll assume there's been no ex parte communication. Okay, good, and then we'll turn it over to our staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew Persons, Interim Director, Department of Sustainable Development. I do not have a formal presentation. As it's stated in your backup, the City Commission directed a nomination of the Masonic Lodge back in November of 2019. The nomination packet was prepared and brought forward to the Historic Preservation Board on January 7th of last year, 2020. The Historic Preservation Board approved nomination by a 5-0 vote. That then went on to the City Plan Board per the Land Development Code on 1/23/2020. The Plan Board approved that 5-2, and so this is the final step of the process for City Commission to decide to list the property.
Okay.
And Sarit Salah is on the line as well if you have any questions about the architecture or the building itself.
Okay, thank you very much. We will next go to any affected parties or members of the public, Adam, that wish to comment on this item.
No, sir. At this time, there's nobody on the wires. The floor is yours.
Okay, very good. Anybody in the chambers that wishes to comment on this?
Yes, Mayor. Luis Rodriguez, co-owner of the former Masonic Lodge that is in subject. So the first thing I wanted to note is that I didn't know that this hearing was taking place on our building until 2 days ago. I happened to have been here for the historic board meeting, and I was told as I was walking out that this was on the agenda for today. I got home right away. I looked up the agenda. I saw this item on the agenda. One thing that Mr. Persons did forget to mention is that after the last hearing in January, the building took new ownership. So with the new ownership, none of the hearings that are supposed to take place have taken place. Additionally, like I said, Keith Perry, my business partner, and he also did not receive any notice. When I got home on Tuesday evening, I looked up this agenda. I looked up the ordinance that you're voting on today. I noticed that the ordinance itself on line 16 through 19 of the second page say that the owners have been given a 30-day notice. It says that each of the owners were given a 30-day notice. I called Keith right away. He was never given such notice, and neither was I, so I'm not sure why that is in there. Additionally, like I had said, Keith and I got this building in February of last year now, February of 2020, coming up on a year now. It says in the agenda item, it also says that there's objections. It says that the property owner does not approve. We haven't been given an opportunity to express any approval or disapproval, so I'm not sure why it says that. I believe it was the previous owners who had shown their disapproval at the hearings that they were allowed to speak at, and that's all that Keith and I would be asking for as well, to have the same chance to speak at these hearings before the recommendation is made to you guys. I believe there's one before the historic board, and there's also one after that before the planning board before it comes here. And we would just want our opportunity to be heard at these successive hearings. I know that the Gainesville ordinance itself also references us having the chance to speak in those hearings, specifically on section 34.28 C2C, when it talks about the owner having their say, being able to provide their input. And that's all we would be asking for. I'm not sure how we've gotten here to this final step right now. We haven't been noticed or notified of anything. And that's all I'm here to express on behalf of myself and on behalf of my business partner, Keith Perry.
Okay, very good. Thank you. We'll try to get some answers for you. Thanks for being here with us tonight. Anybody else wish to speak on this item? Okay, so can I go back to either Mr. Persons and or Ms. Shalley to speak about the notification and the change of ownership?
Mr. Mayor, we did, this is a duly noticed and advertised ordinance consistent with state law. And we did send mailed notice to the property back on November 11th, or no, sorry, November 18th for this hearing.
So you sent it to the lodge itself, to the Masonic Lodge itself?
Correct, right.
Okay. Ms. Shalley, do you have anything to add to that?
No, Mayor, other than I will say the city is not required to start processes over when ownership of property changes. What we are required to do, and what Mr. Persons has confirmed, is to both put an advertisement in the newspaper before this hearing, as well as do the mailed notice to the property owner reflected in the tax rolls. And as you've heard, that's something that planning staff has taken care of.
Okay, thank you. Sir, we'll get back to you in a sec.
Sure.
Let me get to the commissioners first here. Commissioner Hey Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are we in the deliberative?
Yeah, and we'll try to answer any questions to the affected party if we can.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question for Mr. Persons. So us putting this on our local registry for historic building, what effects does that have in preserving the building and the character of the building?
So a local register nomination or designation means that any exterior work on the building would be subject to the city's historic preservation guidelines and would require certificate of appropriateness permits to be issued by the city or by the historic preservation board, whichever the guidelines dictate. And I think, as Mr. Rodriguez indicated, the current owner has actually been working with us and with the Historic Preservation Board, and they've actually come to the Historic Preservation Board, and for the work that it's ongoing and that they have planned, have actually gone through Historic Preservation Board review and have been approved by the board. So,
well, it's great to hear they've already been going through the process. I think this is one of the the key buildings of architectural significance in our community, and I think it is important that we put it on a historic preservation list. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree that this is a very important building in our city. Ms. Shalley, is it possible to allow the owners additional time to just maybe look at what their options may be? I know you stated that you can't start the process over, so is there something legally where we can just have the owners maybe have additional days or a couple of just some time to just look at what this means to them and their asset or whatever?
I can, Mr. Mayor, I could probably answer that. I mean, I think the city commission, this is a city commission directed nomination. So ultimately, at the end of the day, the city commission has the wheels, so to speak. So if the commission wants to, delay a vote, and then that's the commission's prerogative.
Have you had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Persons? Have you had the opportunity to speak with the current owners at all? Have you had any dialogue with them or heard any concerns?
I spoke with Mr. Rodriguez the other day, and I think as we indicated, they've actually, the current owner has applied and been issued a variety of building permits, and they've been working with my department as they've been renovating the lodge. They've applied for certificate of appropriateness permits and have gone before the Historic Preservation Board. The board's approved their permits, so they've actually been operating as if they are already on the local register.
Okay, thank you so much. So your concern, sir, is that you just didn't know, you didn't have proper notification that what was going on.
Right.
That's
Well,
your only concern?
Yes, it's just as for today, we didn't have notification about this, and you guys are moving forward on recommendations that were brought to you by the historical board and by the planning board. We wanted a chance to be able to speak before those hearings, which is how they come up with whether or not to make your recommendation or not. We might present information at those hearings where the recommendation changes, and now with what they've heard from the new owners, they have maybe decided not to recommend for this to be on the local register. And like Mr. Persons has said, it's not about, my partner and I are just as committed to making sure that this building stays and remains a Gainesville landmark and staple. But again, for things to be done correctly, we want to have that chance, just like the previous owners may have had that chance at those hearings that were just about nearly over a year ago.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing is that ownership changed hands during the middle of this whole process, and the current owners were not notified or did not have knowledge of this process taking place. But in the meantime, the original owners were acting as though this was a historic marker. This was going to be in a historic, get on the historic register. And so I think Mr. Persons.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. It's actually the current owners who have been treating it as if it's already on the local register they've applied for certificate of appropriateness. So it's actually been because the current owners are the ones who are actually doing the renovations right now.
So who is the current owners?
Myself and my partner.
So, okay, so you're the
we currently own the
and
building.
you're working as though you're applying for the COA, you're doing everything.
So we're restoring the building.
Okay.
We were suddenly placed on agendas for the historic board. We thought this was unusual because we had not been aware that we were on the local register. We found out we were not on the local register, so we weren't sure why we were being placed on it. But like I said, we're not trying to hide anything. We want the same thing that the board wants, the same thing that this commission wants, which is to make this to keep this building, keep it in line with the true architectural glory. And in fact, that's what we've done several times throughout the building since we have obtained it. So yes, we have participated in these things, and I was at that hearing, but it's more because we were asked to, and we weren't just gonna ignore. I mean, we're trying to get along with everybody. Everybody wants what's good for the community here, what's good for the building.
Okay, so I'm confused because you're acting as though you just stated you want to keep this building as it is. You want to keep it historic. You like it. You're acting as though it's already on the register, but your concern is you wasn't notified.
If it's going to get on the register, we want it to get on there properly. We want to have our say in the hearings before the recommendations are made to this board for that to happen. And again,
I think that's what we're doing. Is you're involved in the process currently.
The recommendations you have already have from the city, from the planning board, and from the historic board were recommendations that were made without our input. Our input may affect those recommendations or not, which may in turn affect the vote that this.
Yeah, but they were made under the previous ownership. Yeah,
right.
And that was 7-8 months ago.
Right, and that's what we were saying. Just as the new owners, we haven't been afforded that same opportunity that the previous owners had, and that's all we would like to do.
Yeah, but you do understand this is a process, and this process has been ongoing for the last 5, 6, 7 months.
I know that now.
Okay.
I know that now because on Tuesday they told us this.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify something before you go to you, Commissioner Ward. Mr. Parsons, you said you sent out a notification for both the Historic Preservation Board and this hearing on November 18th?
No, just for this hearing on November 18th. We noticed the Historic Preservation Board and the Plan Board meetings appropriately as well. But those happened, as I mentioned. The Historic Preservation Board was on 1/7/20, and the City Plan Board was on 1/23/20.
And that notification was sent via certified mail?
We don't send certified mail. We just send regular post.
Okay.
But yes, it was sent, but it was likely, I'm not exactly sure when the new owner acquired the property, but it was like, those notices likely went to the previous property owner.
Mr. Rodriguez, when did you become the owner?
February of 2020. And also, I know that I believe he said he mailed it to the lodge. I don't believe the lodge has a mailing address.
Well, he would have emailed it to whatever address was on record as the owner.
Right, and that's my personal address right now, and I.
Okay, so he says that he mailed it, you say you didn't get it. There's no way for us to resolve that.
Because it wasn't sent by certified mail.
Okay, yeah, but I believe you both.
Sure.
I believe that we sent it, and I believe that you didn't get it.
Sure.
Commissioner Ward?
Mr. Mayor, so you took possession of the property in February?
Yes.
Or so. And by the way, you're doing a great job with it. It looks good.
Thank you.
Did the prior owners communicate to you that this process was ongoing?
They had mentioned that he had been at some hearings in the past, but he didn't specify as to what, like, he never said if it goes to the city commission, it's on the register.
Okay.
I didn't notice that until I read this agenda item.
Right, because at this point, this is a final hearing unless we. Do you anticipate if you had another month?
If we were what? I'm sorry.
If you had another month, would you anticipate asking for this not to be placed on the register?
I would, again, and what I would want is to have the chance to be heard at any hearings before a recommendation is made to you guys, in case anything that I say changes the boards that are making the recommendation to you guys. It may be similar to what I'm saying here to you guys, but I don't know, because I would need to hear what they're hearing, what they're thinking, you know.
So I would be unlikely to send this back through an entire multi-board process.
I understand.
But I'm not necessarily unlikely to say, to ask for us to boot this forward for a little while. If there's something specific you want to tell us, I mean, this would be a great time to tell us.
Sure. No, I mean, there's nothing specific that I'm thinking of right now. Again, this is just me acting with 2 days' notice. Another 30 days, maybe it comes, and in 30 days you add it. I just haven't even had the chance to sit down with Keith and speak about all of this.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is a long process, and I mean, if we change things just because ownership changes, I mean, then you could sell it tomorrow and the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and delay it for forever. To be honest, I don't think the ownership matters. Who owns it? It's the building itself, and that's what I think we're trying to protect is the building. And it wouldn't matter who owns the building. I think it's an important building that we need to protect, and for that reason, I believe we should move forward. And I would move ordinance 190696 on final reading by title only.
Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner Santos, a second by Commissioner Sacco. We'll go over to Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to preface my comments by saying what a great job I think you've done with the lodge. It wasn't too long ago that it was quite a ghastly sight, but now you look at it and, the work of your own hands has done tremendous with it. I'm always sort of concerned when I hear that we have miscommunication between the government and owners of properties, particularly when it comes to designations like this. I will say that the commission has wanted to put this on the registry, and so I would be willing to delay this so that we can allow for that input. I think that's a fair ask. But it would be to give you all that courtesy, because I think it's the will of this commission to put that on the historical registry regardless, because it is one of the jewels, as you mentioned. So if there's appetite on the commission for allowing that courtesy time, I would be in support of that. But if not, the registration, and as Eve has been mentioned, the work that you put into it, all we're really doing is placing a protection that would have been placed regardless of ownership, truth be told, because that's what we're trying to do. So I'll hear what other commissioners have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor. So Andrew, real quick, please. Mr. Persons, you sent the notice out for this meeting when?
On November 18th.
Of 2020.
Yes.
And you didn't take possession until February 2020.
Right. Well, that had already happened. It had already passed.
Yeah, you were already the owner.
Right.
And again, like what the mayor said, we know how the UPS had our mail system work, and I think it would be a courtesy if we would to entertain extending this a couple of days. But Commissioner Hayes Santos made an excellent point. It's about the building. It's about preserving the history of this community. It's about making sure that that building is preserved. And I don't know what to tell you, and I don't know how my colleagues are going to vote, but that is the whole purpose of the historic registry is for the building. And so I can entertain a week or so to just for courtesy, but we have to make sure that our buildings in our community are saved and preserved. And I don't know what other additional information that you would like to share with us or give us to have us jump out the seat, and and in that same time, I don't want to waste our time, and I don't want to waste your time. So is there anything you would like to tell us today?
The only, I guess, additional thing at this point would be the current windows that we have finished installing. when all of this first occurred and we were first placed on a hearing to be heard in front of that historic board, they had initially disapproved of those very windows. The very windows that are on now and are actually a closer tie to the true architecture of this building, which I explained in some letters that I had already forwarded. And again, we weren't on the local register at that point, so it didn't matter. But I think it would have been a travesty if, because 7 people couldn't agree on what window sashes we needed, we wouldn't have been able to put the beautiful windows that are currently on this building. And that's the only fear that I have and that my partner have as the owners of this property. Like I said, we want it to stay beautiful as well. We have no intentions of tearing it. It's not coming down. One of the reasons that Keith wanted to buy this building was because of how many buildings are coming down in Gainesville, and he found peace that he knew that by acquiring this building, he could at least ensure that this building wouldn't be coming down. And I'm not saying that to try to change anyone's mind, but at least that way you guys know where my hesitation is to at least want to be heard. But I understand all of you. I appreciate all of you, and we would take any additional time, I guess, just to consider and regroup and just have some conversations about this.
And I think what I'm trying to hear from you and to really understand what you're saying is, are you more concerned about this being on the historic registry, and you have to go to a board and you have to get things approved, and is it resources? I mean, what are you trying to say?
I suppose it would be concerning if the decisions that this board is making are not based on what it actually should be, or I guess what it by law is supposed to be, because as such the very windows, and again that's not what we're here for, but these very windows, it wouldn't have even it never would have been an issue. It would have received the stamp of approval because they're a closer tie to the architect of the building. They're a closer tie to the originality of the building, and the fact that we at one point weren't sure what was going to happen was odd. If that's what being on the registry means, we want to be able to speak and let the boards that are making these recommendations to you guys know that.
And I think too, and I'm glad you brought that up, and I'm glad you're here, and that's what we need to hear as a commission. What are your concerns? And so you're telling us your concerns, and I think what we're trying to do is to address our boards. We're trying to look at ways that we can be more transparent with folks that own historic properties. And so this is what we need to hear. It's not the fact that you're on this historic board and you don't want to, you may have other recommendations. I think what you're trying to say is some of the things that are required and being asked of you is maybe something that you would like to do a little different, or you may not think it's a right or may not be proper for this structure, building, what have you. And I think that's when you talk to our staff, that's when we can really talk about, okay, we can look at other alternatives. We can look at, you can have other options. I don't think it's something where we have to stop this whole process and do this over because you feel, and I'm thinking this is what you're talking about. This board maybe have some type of may make some recommendations when it comes up to your windows or your doors that you feel like that may not be the proper recommendation for the building. It may need something else, and I think that's what you're saying.
Sure.
I don't think I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I don't think it's the whole process that you're kind of indifferent with this process. I think it's more on the Historic Preservation Board level and how they're making recommendations for the building.
Yeah.
I think that's right. Yeah.
That seems.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. So, this is a great thing that you're doing. And I think what we need to do is just have a more transparent conversation with the board and talk to the staff. If you have a situation or you have a concern that you feel may not be what the board recommend, we have other alternatives to that. You can appeal, you can do other things to get your voice heard. And I think that's what was missing.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Persons, did I understand correctly that so far the work that's been done in the building is consistent with what would be in this process anyway? If they were already part of if they already had the designation?
Yes, yes. The work that they've done so far actually, as I said, went through and was reviewed and approved by the Historic Preservation Board.
Okay. So none of that would change. I mean, you're already doing.
So again, I think he's just referring to the windows. We put the windows in. The windows were installed, and then we got put on the hearing to have them approved.
Okay.
I believe Jay Reeves said after Mr. Simmons' presentation on Tuesday, "Why are we doing this? All of the windows have already been installed." So I mean, we were showing up because out of courtesy, just like we would if we actually had been on the register. But I guess it's not like we were going out of our way to make sure that we were complying with everything that is on this board, although we ultimately were because of our intentions, which are honestly just to bring it back to its true original glory.
Okay. So I'll tell you why I would be in favor of this. It's COVID. There's confusion. We obviously originally approached this a long time ago, and I'm less concerned about the change of owners than I am just the long period of time in between. I do appreciate what you're doing with the building. I don't want to create a precedent where somebody can come and say, we extend for whatever reason. But in this case, because of the very long period, the long lag in between, I would like us to consider this at our first meeting in February. I don't know what's going to be different. I mean, I feel like I'm going to vote to put this property on the Register of Historic Places. But I would be okay if this motion doesn't pass with asking for another month essentially until the first meeting in February for you to come back and make whatever case it is you intend to make. But it doesn't sound like you want to make one. It sounds like it's okay with you. I mean, if you've got something specific, I think there sounds like there some votes here to move forward. I'm not one of them tonight, but if you've got something that is a real reason not to do this, we need to hear it.
Again, I don't have a specific reason. I just was only given 2 days notice of this. Again, like you said, may be the case in February you come forward and we move forward on it anyways. And then I won't necessarily think that this was for nothing, because whatever I come up with in the next 30 days, even if it's, okay, we're going to go move forward and let's show them our support with them. We just haven't even had the chance to sit down and have that conversation.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's all I have for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Saka?
Mr. Persons, sorry to call on you again. Is there a reason for that long delay? Was it merely COVID, or was there another reason that action wasn't taken since January?
Well, so the way I would say it's probably COVID. Like we went to the plan board, we transmitted the materials, and then then COVID hit, and we worked with the city attorney's office through this time to get it onto the agenda. So yeah, that's the answer.
And just one last time, just indulge me here. You sent out the notice on November 18th?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And as I mentioned, it's advertised the ordinance was advertised in the newspaper, in accordance with law. But as I said before, ultimately it's the city commission who originally directed staff to move forward to nominate. So you guys are in the driver's seat. If you want to pump the brakes, from staff's perspective, most of the work is like Mr. Rodriguez has indicated, it's already been approved. Actually, the project, just to clarify, was before the Historic Preservation Board back in November as well for an addition that they're putting on the building on the back for access. So they've actually gone to the Historic Preservation Board twice now. But yeah, like I said, if you guys want to pump the brakes, from staff's perspective, that's fine with us.
Thank you, sir.
All right, well, so, it's an interesting conversation. I'm sorry you didn't receive your notice. We clearly sent the notice. I'm not going to blame this on USPS. I don't know who checks the mail at the PO box, but it's almost to me like the things that you're bringing forward as concerns actually have nothing to do with this process tonight. I mean, those are the kind of things that you take to the Historic Preservation Board and have a dialogue with them. And it sounds like you already had one sort of after the fact even, but they were concerned you didn't have appropriate windows. You said, no, actually, these are more appropriate than even what you're suggesting. And then they said, yeah, okay, we agree. That's what's supposed to happen at that level. All we're deciding tonight is whether this building is worthy of being on our list of historic buildings, on the historic registry. That to me is not going to change in 2 weeks or 4 weeks. If any building, and this is on a short list of 5 or so buildings in the city that deserves to be on the historic registry, and we don't approve these things with conditions. We don't say, yeah, it's on the registry, but you can do whatever you want with your roof. I mean, it's all about being everything happening in the future according to the historical context of the building, just like all of our houses in our historic neighborhoods and things like that. So, I to me am ready to move forward. We initiated this. We as a commission said we think this is a priority to get it on the historic registry. I haven't heard anything from you tonight that tells me any issue that you have can't be resolved with the process we already have. I mean, that is the whole, and to your credit, you've been going through that process and probably have a really good sort of grasp on it, even though you didn't have to, And so, I think you're in a really good spot because you've been doing whatever you might need to be asked to do in the future. You've already been doing anyway. Nothing changes really. And I understand your sort of specific concerns that any property owner would have when improving it in a historic district or on the registry. But you're still going to have all those rights, and you're going to still have all that due process, regardless of what we do tonight. So, I'm going to support the motion. I can tell you, my mind's not going to change in the next 2 weeks or 4 weeks of whether this deserves to be on the historic registry or not. So I think we might as well do it. So you have some certainty about moving forward, that you now know the building is on the registry, and you can make your plans accordingly instead of being in limbo. I mean, I think that uncertainty is actually a disservice to you. We've heard from the public. We've heard from the affected parties. We've had our deliberation. There's a motion, so we really can move to a vote. We did. Yeah. And so we'll go to, this is a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, if you'll conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? No. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent, and Mayor Post.
Aye, that motion passes 5-1. Ward in dissent and Johnson absent. Mr. Rodriguez, thank you for coming down. I think you were helpful in this decision, in this process. And once again, I think on behalf of not just us, but all of Gainesville, thank you for the work you're doing there. It really has been an amazing transformation. It's exactly what we were hoping to see. So thank your partner, Mr. Perry, and please invite us for.
Feel free to come.
Yeah,
come
we'd love to
visit
have a
one of
look
these
see.
days,
Absolutely.
okay? I'll shoot Dave. I'll shoot Commissioner Ariola an email.
Yeah. Just actually, if you email the commission and just say, hey, if they'd like to come by, our executive assistants will get it on our calendar, and we'll get over and take a look inside.
Sounds good.
Thanks. Have a good night. Be safe. Be well. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Okay, our next item is the first reading of ordinance 1909773, voluntary annexation of city-owned Tower Road lift station, 0.057 acres of property located on Southwest 75th Street. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, annexing approximately 0.057 acres of city-owned property generally located south of the current city limit, west of Southwest 17th Place, north of Southwest 19th Place, and east of Southwest 75th Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance as petitioned for by the property owners pursuant Chapter 171 Florida statutes, making certain findings, providing for inclusion of the property in Appendix 1 of the city charter, providing for land use plan, zoning, and subdivision regulations and enforcement of the same, providing for persons engaged in any occupation, business, trade, or profession, providing directions to the clerk of the commission, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Looks like we have Ms. McMullen with us tonight to present this. Welcome, Ms. McMullen. Happy New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Can everybody hear me and see my screen okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, just making sure. So good evening. My name is Brittany McMullen. I'm a planner with the Department of Sustainable Development. This is the first of 4 city-initiated annexation presentations that you will hear tonight regarding city-owned property. So this is a city-owned parcel. It is approximately 0.06 acres. And it contains a lift station. So it's located off of Tower Road or Southwest 75th Street. This parcel is directly abutting the city boundary, which is to the north. This portion of the city was annexed in 2016. The lift station here on this parcel serves properties directly adjacent within the city. The proposed annexation meets the legal requirements specified in state statutes. It is contiguous, it is reasonably compact, and it does not create an enclave. This is the first reading of the annexation ordinance tonight, and the second and final reading will occur on January 21st if approved tonight. That concludes my presentation, and I'm here for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to I can't even see.
Approve ordinance 190973 on first reading by title only?
Yeah, that's it.
I thought that's what you were going to say.
Yeah, that's it. I need my glasses on. I move to approve ordinance on first reading 190973.
Okay, the motion by Commissioner Simmons and seconded by Commissioner Ariola to approve the proposed ordinance. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this motion?
Mr. Mayor, there is nobody on the lines out here. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Hayes Santos. Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Johnson.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Sacco.
Oh, Commissioner Sacco says aye as well. So motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Johnson absent. Next item, please.
Our next item is the first reading of ordinance 190974, voluntary annexation of 4.25 acres of city-owned property located south of GRU Water Reclamation Facility. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, annexing approximately 4.25 acres of city-owned property generally located south of Gainesville Regional Utilities Water Reclamation Facility, west of Lake Kanapaha, north of Kanapaha Botanical Gardens, and east of Southwest 63rd Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance as petitioned for by the property owners pursuant to Chapter 171 Florida statutes, making certain findings providing for inclusion of the property in Appendix 1 of the city charter, providing for land use plan, zoning, and subdivision regulations, and enforcement of the same, providing for persons engaged in any occupation, business, trade, or profession, providing directions to the clerk of the commission, providing a severability clause, and providing a repeal clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or is there a motion? Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor, I move to approve ordinance number 190974 on first reading.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Simmons, seconded by Commissioner Ward to adopt the proposed ordinance on first reading by title only. Do we have any members of the public that wish to speak to the motion?
Now, Mr. Mayor, there is no one here at the moment. The floor is yours.
Okay, back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 6-0 with Johnson absent. Next item, please.
Next item is the first reading of ordinance 190975, voluntary annexation, city-owned Sweetwater Creek right-of-way, 7.16 acres of property located on Southeast Williston Road. An ordinance of the city of Gainesville, Florida, annexing approximately 7.16 acres of city-owned property generally located south of Southeast Williston Road and Southeast 16th Avenue, west of Paynes Prairie, north of Sweetwater Wetlands Park, and east of Gainesville city limits is more specifically described in this ordinance as petitioned for by the property owners pursuant to Chapter 171, Florida statutes, making certain findings, providing for inclusion of the property in Appendix 1 of the city charter, providing for land use, plan, zoning, and subdivision regulations and enforcement of the same, providing for persons engaged in any occupation, business, trade, or profession, providing directions to the clerk of the commission, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve proposed ordinance number 190975 on first reading by title only.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Simmons, seconded by Commissioner Ward to adopt the proposed ordinance on first reading by title only. Any members of the public wish to speak to this motion? Mr. Persons, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to point out, this is actually in the Alachua County Growth Management boundary, believe it or not. So the land use and zoning will remain under the county's jurisdiction. So there's no development that's obviously going to happen on it, but any development that would happen in a theoretical future would be subject to those regulations that the county has.
Okay, thank you. And back to you, Adam.
Mr. Mayor, there is nobody on the line. Floor is yours.
Okay, back to the commission. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos? Aye. Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Johnson absent. Next item, please.
Next item is the first reading of ordinance 190976, voluntary annexation of 0.71 acres of city-owned property located east of Southwest 41st Boulevard. An ordinance of the city of Gainesville, Florida, annexing approximately 0.71 acres of city-owned property, 0.071 acres of city-owned property generally located southwest of Interstate 75, north of Gainesville city limits, and east of Southwest 41st Boulevard, as more specifically described in this ordinance as petitioned for by the property owners pursuant to Chapter 171 Florida statutes, making certain findings, providing for inclusion of the property in Appendix 1 of the city charter, providing for land use, plan, zoning, and subdivision regulations and enforcement of the same, providing for persons engaged in any occupation, business, trade, or profession, providing directions to the clerk of the commission, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, are there any questions or is there a motion? Commissioner Simmons?
Mayor, I move to approve proposed ordinance number 190976 on first reading by title only.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Motion by Commissioner Simmons, seconded by Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Simmons, don't think I didn't notice you're all over it tonight. 2021, you're in first place.
Laser
You're at the top of the list. Commissioner Ward, you got an assist on the play. Thank you both. Adam, any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
No, sir, there is nobody on the line, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. That comes back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco. Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Simmons absent. Thank you all so much. We have reached the end of our business. Very happy New Year to everybody. The next meeting that we'll have as a city commission is our General Policy Committee meeting. A week from today, we'll be discussing a couple really important issues that have been out there waiting for us to talk about them for a while. Basically creating a better environment for our folks that are working in Gainesville and especially trying to get jobs that pay a living wage and fill a needed gap in our labor supply. So we encourage you to tune into that. And then our next meeting will be the 21st, the day after the inauguration. And we'll have a full agenda there. So until then, everybody stay well, wear a mask, avoid large gatherings, get on the list on the Alachua County website if you're 65 and up to get in line for a vaccination, and otherwise be safe. With that, we are adjourned.